Details.
They say go just once and you'll be hooked.
Oh. By the way, at the box office, Dogman won the top spot again. The animated comedy dropped 62% from its debut weekend, but managed to hold on to first place with a haul of $13.7 million. Horror rom-com Heart Eyes from director Josh Rubin snagged second place, debuted at $8.5 million. Love Hurts was third with $5.8. And rounding out the top five, we've got Mufasa, The Lion King in fourth place, and $3.9 million for them, and Companion in fifth place with a $3 million take at the box office. So the stars were out at the Super Bowl last night. Quite a few of them, more so than I've seen in the past.
Yeah,
it
seemed that way for me. As I was watching, they had a whole ton of them.
Yeah, maybe they're covering them more closely, but some of the obvious ones were Bradley Cooper, who brought the team out onto the field
with his son in his arms. It was pretty wild.
Which was a stark difference from John Hamm bringing out the Chiefs, which there was very little fanfare for, and then when the Eagles came out, it was massively loud.
Steve, that wasn't Cooper's son. That was a kid. That was a kid who had been ill, and he's been in and out of the hospital quite a bit over the last few weeks, last few months, I should say. And last week on the Today Show, that kid was there with his family, and Bradley Cooper came out, and he's like, "Hey, buddy, you're going to the Super Bowl." And so Bradley Cooper was holding him.
That's awesome.
He's been having trouble walking. It's just kind of this strange illness, and they're not quite sure what's going on with him. Anyway, he got to go to the Super Bowl, and Bradley Cooper was holding him when he introduced the Eagles.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to double back for a second. Gino texted in. We were talking about Elizabeth Banks being there and wearing an Eagles cap. Let us not forget. And he points out her connection to the Eagles. She was in the movie Invincible.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
You remember. So
she was a Giants fan.
She was in the movie, but, the movie's all about the birds.
That's right.
She was on board for that, which is really cool. So obviously Bradley Cooper and Miles Teller, they were the big local fellas, tried and true for sure, and Kevin Hart as well.
Yeah.
But you had Pete Davidson, who was sporting an Eagles shirt.
Apparently he's a big Eagles fan.
So that was cool. Paul Rudd was there. He was supporting the Chiefs. He's from the area, and he was definitely cheering them on. Kevin Costner was in attendance.
I saw him.
Didn't they have Kevin Costner next to Pete Davidson?
Yes, they did.
And they name check Pete Davidson, and not one of the greatest actors of our time.
And then another moment just like that, they're pointing out Adam Sandler, who of course is wonderful.
Yeah.
Sitting about 5 people over 2 rows up, not mentioned. Paul McCartney, not even mentioned. I was like,
what the hell's going on? And where are my chicken nuggets?
I don't know if it's the same thing, but when I used to work for the Sixers, there were people that would say, "No, we don't want you to mention that we're here, and don't say anything." So I'm just saying, I don't know if
later on in the game, Kathy, the camera went to him and he looked up and waved, and so he was not. I don't think he was.
No, I know, but they would say, "No, don't announce our name."
Okay.
So maybe they have the option.
The name's McCartney. What are you, stupid? Billy Madison.
Yeah, it's funny because you see Paul Rudd looks over his shoulder to look up at Paul McCartney, and they were kind of, oh, your name's Paul too. I don't know.
Don't look at me.
But that was an interesting little exchange. That was one that blew me away. Seeing Paul there, that absolutely blew
Well, and
me
he
away.
was the volume was down on the TV, so I didn't hear anything. I saw it, and I didn't even see Sandler. He was who I saw was Paul McCartney.
All right. Nice. So, also in attendance, Brendan Fraser was there. Flavor Flav was hanging out with Bert Kreischer in Bert's
he was.
suite. Bert was posting some videos on his Instagram with them. We'll have to see if we can get in touch with Bert sometime this week and talk about everything he got into. And then, surprisingly, Anne Hathaway was decked out in green. She was all about
She was into
Philadelphia.
She was cheering and pumping her fist, and not like, I guess I'll just go with this team. She was actively involved in rooting for the Eagles.
And Kathy, how did you react?
As soon as it came out, I go, someone push her.
I hate her less now, Kath.
I dig her, man. And she
agreed.
looked great last night.
But if you remember, she was in the trash-picking, field goal kicking Philadelphia phenomenon with Tony Danza. So
there
that's
we
why-
go. It's got to be it.
What now?
I'm just kidding. There was a movie with Tony Danza called The Trash-Picking, Field Goal Kicking Philadelphia Phenomenon.
I thought maybe she was a kid actor in it.
That's a
I
possibility.
don't know. All right, so she was there also.
Sorry, and I'm just looking at an article because I looked up, and it says her beloved Eagles.
Well,
All right.
got me.
Okay.
Then Anne Hathaway is beloved.
If anybody knows, check in, text in, let us know what her connection might be, because I was not aware, and if there is, love it. Lady Gaga, they did a pre-recorded thing at the beginning with her and a bunch of other people.
Terrific.
A little performance
Terrific.
song in the pregame show. And she was there to watch the game as well. And Martha Stewart was on board too, somewhere in the state of
If you want some audio of the Gaga performance, we have it. If you want to,
Sure. Yeah, here we go. This is Lady Gaga.
Yeah, very nice.
Couple texts coming in says they called out Paul McCartney during the pregame right before they said Adam Sandler. I didn't see the whole pregame
Who watches the pregame?
started thing. I was a Beatle for crying out loud.
Beatle.
And then they put him
Perhaps
in
you've heard of us, the Fab Four.
and Anne Hathaway, we're getting a lot of texts say that her parents are from Pennsylvania. I'm not sure exactly where, if specifically from Philadelphia. Somebody says I think she might be from South Jersey or something along those lines.
Says she's from Jersey. It says a Jersey gal.
Okay.
It says, I think our grandfather worked in Philadelphia radio. So
Her cousin lives in Bucks County. People are texting.
Is your father
in, so
Barsky?
I don't know. So yeah, all right. It was cool to see the celebs in and around the areas, and of course there were a lot of people that were there for parties and stuff leading up to the events and all of that were celebrities.
To your point earlier, though, it was an absolute incontrovertible fact that stadium was Eagles driven. It was so obvious.
Did Rob or Caitlin? I didn't see them get any camera time during the game.
During the game, no. I was watching along on Instagram, and they hung out with Philly Sports Trips at one point yesterday.
Yes, and Birdbot.
Yes.
Birdbot.
They got together with Birdbot.
Yeah.
There's Rob McElhenney and Caitlin Olsen. There's a man with some sort of scepter. Oh, that's the Pope sitting behind them.
So it was cool to see all the representation.
It was cool.
Last night. So we'll dive into more Super Bowl chat in just a little while. I do have some other entertainment stories to run by you guys, and this one I have to mention. No, so I'm not familiar with Christy Carlson Romano. Kathy, maybe a distant relative.
Yes, it is.
She is from the Disney Channel. She was on Even Steven, and she's the voice of Kim Possible. You remember Kim Possible, right, Case?
I had to look her up myself, but then I was aware of who she was.
She got shot in the face
Oh
recently.
Yes.
my God, my cousin.
So yes, but it was revealed she took her husband to go skeet shooting for his birthday, and one thing led to another, and she ended up getting hit with 5 spots on her face. The Even Stevens actress says it was Another party that unsafely fired in the wrong direction hit her in the face. Fragment is also lodged behind her eye.
God.
And she says that it's too risky to remove, but she is able to see normally for now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I gotta.
terrible.
Yeah. How the hell does that happen? You know?
Well, so it depends on how many pads they have set up, how many different. We used to go skeet shooting at a range that had like 12 different individual, pads, not pads, but locations to skeet shoot. And if somebody swings a gun in the wrong direction, the pellets can fly over that way. And they're really small. It's birdshot.
Right.
But if you're close enough, it can break skin.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to her. And there's a video, when we were just watching, you can see the big spots on her eyes and face where she was hit. Her husband, Brendan Rooney, apparently moved swiftly, got her to the hospital quickly. Carlson thanked the first responders and personnel that helped her during the scary incident, but she's doing okay.
A birthday thing for a husband gets shot in the face.
Jessica Alba and her estranged husband, Cash Warren, have officially called it quits. They filed for divorce roughly a month ago after news of their split first came out.
No shock. We heard this was happening.
Yep, but it's official now.
Yeah.
Alba and Warren have requested the court to figure out what is community property, which will then have to be split between them. They list the date of separation as December 27, 2024. The two met when they were making Fantastic Four in 2004, and they got married 4 years later. They were married for 16 years, and they have 3 daughters together.
So there's apparently a high-profile attorney in L.A. or wherever they are that specializes in these kind of no contesting of the divorce. Everything's sort of seamless, and that's the lawyer they're using.
Hey, doubling back to Rob McElhenney, sad news from the fan base of Wrexham FC. He and Ryan Reynolds, of course, own the team, or they are owners, part owners. A fan battling cancer who had meeting Reynolds on his bucket list, and item he was able to check off, passed away. He was 15 years old, Aidan Waller. Mother posted unfortunate news with picture of the young man with McElhenney and Reynolds saying, Aidan sadly passed away this morning peacefully, no pain, and holding our hands. He fought a hard 3-year battle with strength. We could only wish to have. Forever smiling. Van City Reynolds, thank you for making a dream come true. And he responded, I'm sorry, Sarah. He was pure goodness. No parent should go through this. And Rob commented as well, saying, Sarah, Aidan's strength was only matched by yours and the strength of your entire family. I'm honored to have met you all. So that's
it's very sad.
Sad news. All right, how about something lighter than this? If you ever really wanted to keep up with the Kardashians, now you can, because Kris Jenner is selling the mansion from the show Keeping Up with the Kardashians that was filmed at for the low price of $13.5 million.
Yeah, actually, that is kind of a steal.
If you want all of the furniture, that'll cost an extra $400,000.
Yeah, that tacky furniture.
Kris and ex Caitlyn purchased the 6-bedroom, 8-bathroom mansion for $4 million in 2010. So it's grown by quite a bit, almost $10 million.
They say that if those walls could talk, they'd tell the Kardashians to shut up.
If only.
Only.
So it's tough to deliver great Shakespearean lines when you're nearly bitten your tongue in half. Denzel Washington is starring in Othello on Broadway, but his performances have been hindered by the freak injury. He said, I bit my tongue almost half off a few months ago.
My name is a fellow. Forget it.
He said, it's affecting my speech, and it forces me to slow down. I have to use it. And then he got specific. He said, I have a line, which is, whither will you that I go to answer this, your charge? And he said, it's hard because my tongue is swollen, and it's affected everything.
Yes, my liege.
Wait, I think we have do we have a scene from
Yeah,
that?
there is.
Oh, there we go. This is setting the scene, so. It's a bit of an issue for him.
Yeah, I can't understand Shakespeare anyway.
I know, it's hard.
Yeah.
So let me see. What else do we want to touch on here? We need to go to everything. How about this? Yes, because we're already running late and we want to get to opening up the phones here.
Super Bowl.
Let me see how. There was one thing for sure I wanted to pass along to you guys.
Come on!
I'm working on it. Paul, good Lord. I noticed you last night.
You're right.
Will Ferrell and Zac Efron are teaming up for a currently untitled new comedy at Amazon MGM Studios. You're cordially invited director they're doing it with Nicholas Stoller. The upcoming movie stars Efron as a newly freed convict who takes a reality TV courtroom hostage because he blames the TV judge, played by Ferrell, for ruining his life.
Did anybody watch that Reese Witherspoon, Will Ferrell?
Actually, I'm almost done. I didn't hate it.
Really?
Yeah, it was.
It looked pretty lame.
Yeah, but I saw something on Instagram. They were like, it's actually pretty good. And I did get some pretty decent laughs out of it.
Maybe I'll check it out.
It's kind of one of those, anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Are they romantic interests in that movie?
I don't want to indicate,
okay.
But no.
All right,
it
thank
doesn't
God.
start out that way, and like I said, I haven't finished it yet, so it might end up that way, but that's not the premise of the movie.
So this is a Mark reunion for Efron and Stoller, who made the comedies Neighbors and Neighbors 2 together. Efron also recently wrapped production on Famous, a dark thriller where he plays both a Hollywood star and an obsessive fan.
Stoller also did that movie Bros. That didn't do well, but I kind of liked it.
All right, and one more story, and then we'll move on to the clips. A revival of the popular Buffy the Vampire Slayer is reportedly in the works.
Yay!
The new show is apparently a sequel series, the original show, and Hulu is apparently nearing a pilot order, and Sarah Michelle Gellar is expected to take up the role of Buffy Summers once again. Wow.
So the question is, and I was reading about this, I love that show. I loved Angel. I love the spin-off series. But Buffy was terrific. But you had Joss Whedon was the brains and heart and soul of that whole series, and he's sort of persona non grata in Hollywood. I wonder who the showrunner is going to be on this.
Well, it's still early days. A writer's room for the series is apparently starting up soon, which is a sign that the show will probably get a series order. Buffy the Vampire Slayer originally aired from 1997 to 2003 for 7 seasons. Had a spin-off show, Angel, which ran for 5 seasons from 1994 to 2000.
By the way, Preston, one of the most consuming, where you live the video game, where you're thinking about it all the time. The video game that they put out for Buffy the Vampire Slayer took place in the high school. It had all of the characters, and it was, I dreamt it.
So you loved it?
Consumed my life, yeah.
All right, nice. All right, we're ready for clips. So, mystery drama series School Spirit switches in and out of the afterlife and the real world. The set and characters are very immersive. And here, Milo Mannheim shares his favorite thing.
It doesn't matter.
About the show.
No one knows
Here
him
we go.
anyway.
I like that it takes characters that you think you really are expecting something from, and sometimes you get a little bit of that, and sometimes it's completely different, and I like that. It's first,
we contain multitudes.
role where it's not like this is what it is. I like that.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
Watch School Spirits on Paramount Plus. And next clip. Heart Eyes opening scene features a couple being murdered to a popular romance song. And in this clip, Mason Gooding shares which song he thinks would be the worst to be murdered to.
Let's Get It On by Barry White. That would just be a crazy, because you'd be thinking about like how intimate the moment should be while you're getting eviscerated. I would, that or like the ABCs would like suck, because you want to hang in there till Z.
Hard Eyes is in theaters as we speak.
Barry White?
He started saying "Let's Get It On" by Barry White, and it's Marvin
Gaye.
Yeah.
That's Cuba Gooding's son.
Is it really?
Yep.
Nice. All right, that is the entertainment report for you this morning, friends. And here we are, champions once again.
Cannot believe it.
How about that? And a couple of things that we're going to do. We are going to talk to our buddy Michael Barkan at some point this morning. We also have Casey's Super Bowl Premonition, which is in this envelope. Have not opened it up yet, and I'm dying to see what he had. This is not what he thought. This is what came to him.
It almost like a vision. Right, Case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to understand, I'm trying to keep everything close to the vest right now.
All
so
right.
I'm having zero reaction.
We like that.
Nick wrote down a prediction, though, as well. So we're going to find out what his was. I did not know about that until this morning.
There was a prop bet between Nick and Kathy.
Yes, there
that
was.
resolved.
Yes. Yeah.
And I won.
So we'll cover all of that in a little while. And we also we have a concert announcement today. We're hoping maybe we'll check in with Marisa, because she did go. She left on Friday. Didn't have tickets to the game, just wanted to go down and be in New Orleans for the whole thing. And she ended up hooking up with Birdbot and Helen and the whole crew down there. So we will hopefully hear from her this morning. I'm not guaranteeing or counting on it, but you never know.
And we have to massage the return trip of BirdBot 2.0.
Got to figure out.
In fact, I haven't even checked this morning on location.
Yeah, if you could. We'll get an update on that as well when we come back, Steve. We'll get an update on that. And then we're also going to talk to this gentleman, Bob from Nico Sports, who we spoke to a few years ago as well at the last championship.
The only reason we're talking to him is because our Eagles are Super Bowl champions.
This is true. All right, so we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We're going to open up the phones, man. You got stuff to say, to share. We want to hear about it today. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
It's fun, and by that I just don't mean by heavy in the music. There's a lot in the story.
Well, this is everything that, again, when we were getting concept albums, you were getting thematic albums and all that stuff, and you'd be in that world. This speaks to exactly that. So I'm going to start moving through the music because I really like what I've been hearing.
Yeah. Yep.
And I love the whole concept of this thing that is the band.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
And Press, I almost opened up a whole new door of conversation there because when we was talking about being locked in a van with people, and I just kept thinking about the book that you turned me on to, Project.
Hail Mary?
Hail Mary. Oh, Hail Mary, yeah.
Where they're in space and they put these astronauts into suspended animation, and it's not because they don't want them to age. It's because if they had them in a spaceship for as long as they did, they would murder each other.
Yeah.
That's a legit thing. And so when you have these bands that are just on tour, and they're on tour for the rest of this month and through March, and then all through the summer, like when you're locked in a room with people, just think about how much you guys want to kill me after 5 hours of being in the studio, and then times that by 1,000.
We'll throw you on a bus with us. All right. We love you, though, man. We're intrigued by our next guest creation, so much so that we had to do it on our own, yet we don't have facilities to cook in. So Pagano's is a new restaurant that opened up in our building. We've been restaurant-less.
It's been a nightmare.
For 2 years until last week, so that was nice. And as soon as they move into the building, we asked them to do something for us, and they did.
We had to test it out.
And they took a bag of potato chips, actually a few different bags of potato chips, and made mashed potatoes out of them. And we got inspiration from our next guest to do that. And you know what? We gave it. It was interesting and tasty.
I liked it
in its own way. But our next guest is actually coming to. I assume we are interrupting his vacation because he's in Cancun, Mexico right now. You know him from his YouTube channel. Please welcome Sam, the cooking guy.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everybody. How you guys doing?
Wonderful, Sam. How are you?
I'm good, but let me start by saying interesting is generally not how I hope my recipes are viewed when people make them.
Well, no, listen, here's the deal. I enjoyed the flavor of the potato mashed potatoes. The consistency was a bit interesting. It was very, I know it's potatoes, but it was like even more starchy and stickier than regular mashed potatoes, I thought.
Look, I cannot help with some. This is like eighth hand reviewing here.
Right.
My recipe goes to you guys. You guys don't even make it. You put it in the hands of a brand new restaurant. We have no idea if they can even cook.
It's true.
And now suddenly I'm being rated by this. I don't want the audience to take this one example as
all right. Fair enough. And you have plenty of great examples on your YouTube channel. So
yeah.
Hey, number one, why are you what's going on in Cancun? What are you doing there?
Oh, just a vacation with my wife and two sister-in-laws and a husband. We tried to put together for a while now, and it's just gotten derailed for one reason or another. So just a little break because the weather in San Diego is probably 65 or 70 today, and who wants that? That's freezing. So we come down here.
Yeah, where it's warmer.
I can't believe you're checking in from your vacation. We appreciate that. That's really, really cool.
You guys reached out. I saw the comment on Twitter. You reached out, and I was honored. I'm always happy to chat with new friends.
Awesome.
And I hope that you call on me from time to time when you want to berate one of my recipes.
Certainly.
Well, I think he's reading it wrong. We approved.
Yeah, it was.
I in particular thought, not to go off on this too much, but taking potato chip flavors that you liked. I forget the one that was really a home run. No, listen. I want mashed potatoes made from potato chips to retain some of the potato chip flavor, and they did.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Look, years ago, before YouTube, I had a TV show in San Diego for a whole bunch of years, and we shot a show once that it was based around mashed potatoes, and then we did certain things to them in one of the segments. And the person behind the camera never knew what my plan was until I started. And I said, okay, today we're going to start everything with these. And I reached into the pantry and I pulled out those dehydrated mashed potatoes that you guys talked about when you first discussed this. And she stopped the shooting and she went, you're effing kidding me. And I went, no, I'm not. I go, they're potatoes, just in a slightly different form. Look, dried porcini mushrooms are one of the great finds in the world. You rehydrate those and they're glorious.
Yeah.
A potato dehydrate. Come on, it's not the most sophisticated thing to start with. So what's the big effing deal?
Right. No, you're right.
Yes.
Hey, listen, real quick, Sam, you'd mentioned meeting new friends, and I'm new to your YouTube channel, and I can't wait to delve in and find out more about it.
Thank you.
Not knowing much about you, I pick up a little bit of a Canadian pronunciation. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Vancouver, Canada,
Vancouver.
West Coast, prettiest part of the country, we think.
Stunning. Well, Steve and I have been there. It's just amazingly beautiful.
Absolutely.
It's not just beautiful, but it's a really cool city. It's got an amazing vibe. It's got a huge Asian population. It's got British influence from the old days. There's a touch of French. They all go together to make great food, interesting people.
And you guys got ahead on the marijuana thing way in advance of everybody else. That was pretty awesome.
Way in advance. Look, I was pushing for that as a 16-year-old boy living in that city, and they just they didn't listen to me then. It took them a while. I'd like to think I was the forerunner in that whole process.
So learning more about what you do. You know, I was watching a recipe this morning. It was from one of your newer videos, which was Italian fried rice. I make fried rice at least once a week, maybe a couple times a week.
Yeah.
It's a family recipe. It's really simple. It's nothing special, but it's something that I just love to do. And you've taken it in another direction. Is that, in a sense, what you like to do with most of your videos, is taking food into a new direction?
It is. I mean, sometimes we make fairly straight ahead things. We made mushroom risotto a couple weeks ago. Nothing amazing about the recipe. It's really delicious, but sometimes the goal is really show people that they can make things often that they don't think that they can make, that they're complicated. So I think we found a really interesting niche. When cooking channels are on YouTube, they're generally one of two types: all kitchen-based, sandwiches and salads and breads and blah, 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 that kind of stuff. Or they're sort of all outdoor barbecue based, like smoking and grilling and sort of typically like caveman.
Right. You're right.
And we've mixed the two really nicely. We do almost all of our cooking outside. I'd say 97% is outside, but things outside that then maybe need to go into the oven. We'll make a lasagna that you wouldn't normally make outside. But we like our outside. It's my home. We like the outside set. It looks better. The lighting's better. And you don't need to see me really put something in the oven. If I make a lasagna and I go, this needs to bake for 10 minutes, why do I have to turn around and put it in a stupid oven?
Right.
I really don't. So we do the grilling where we're part live fire show, smoking, grilling, charcoal, Santa Maria style grills, that. And then we're also the side that does make the lasagna, the risottos, that kind of thing. We like to do across the board, so there's a little bit for everybody.
Well, you've got millions of subscribers, and there are loads of people doing different types of cooking on YouTube and other channels and here and there, and they always try to go after some kind of a hook, something that grabs you. And I was surprised, and I appreciated the fact that your presentation, or at least in the production, is very simple. It's very straight ahead. There's there's no magic editing, no little music, graphics and stuff. You keep it pretty simple and straight ahead, which is why I was kind of surprised you have the amount of people that subscribe, because I thought maybe there'd be more of a hook. But no, I'm assuming what it comes down to is you're just making good food.
It's an interesting sort of half comment, half compliment, and half negative compliment. I know your show is really basic. It's like a third grader can do it. And now I'm surprised that you have almost 3.5 million subscribers.
I had a feeling you might take it like that.
So look, we've been on YouTube since 2011. And in 2018, we had 30,000 subscribers, middle of 2018. From the middle of 2018 to the middle of 2019, we went from 30,000 to 1 million. And then the next year, another million, the next year, another million.
Wow.
And I think what we do, you're right, there is nothing fancy. I do think, though, the the technical work, the editing is beautiful. The work for our channel is as beautiful as any TV I've ever done. For a start, it is simple, but I think my goal is that people walk away with a good understanding. So there's more talking in ours, I think, than many of them. Many of them just, it's like 1 cup, 2 cups, stir, mix, pour, bake, that kind of thing. I'll say, do this. And if you don't have this, let me tell you a workaround for it, or here's why I like to do this. I feel like I'm a teacher. It seems silly at times, but I do feel like I'm a bit of a teacher, and I really want people to walk away saying, well, almost swore.
All good.
I really want people to know that this is how they can do this. I had an idea in 2001 to start a travel show on TV, and the basis of it was show people that they could go to places they thought were complicated, and it wasn't. They could do it. Don't go to North Dakota again this summer. Try someplace you've never been or you've been scared of. Maybe go to Hong Kong or Tokyo or something like that. And in 2001, sadly 9/11 happened. Changed stuff for me, but I decided to find something else I thought I could do on TV that I could also help people learn, so that they could go, oh, I can do this. And I came across, literally within a week and a half of 9/11, I came across a cooking segment on a local channel here in San Diego. The guy was making a butternut squash soup. It was September, it was fall, it was a perfect thing to do. It was the most boring, complicated recipe I've ever seen. And as I watched that, I went, holy yes, somebody should make that better. And I went, damn it, I have nothing to do. I will try and make that better. My wife came home from work. I said, I'm going to start a cooking show instead of a travel one. She goes, I think that's a great idea. Just one thing, honey. I go, what? She goes, you just can't cook. I go, but see, here's the genius. I'll make things so easy, people will say I can do that.
No,
I'll be my own weakest link.
Wow. That makes complete sense, because I'll tell you what, as YouTube has grown over the years, and I remember clearly when the one video of the guy at the zoo that was the only available, and now we have, and we talk about it often, as a teaching device.
Yes.
Okay, yes. I'm fixing this thing in my house. You can find somebody doing that, doing it with the tools specifically that you're using in the specific. Yeah. And so I was just raging about what you just said a few minutes ago. I don't need all the production. I need someone to talk to me. And the way you're saying about giving is sort of a lesson on how to do it. It drives me crazy when they try to get too cute with the information imparting, and I'm there and I got the tools out or whatever. I'm like, just show me. Just tell me
how to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think, a lot of people that cook in the culinary space on YouTube, a lot of them are credentialed in the sense they've been to culinary school, that kind of stuff. And I have none of that. I've never taken a cooking class. I've never been to culinary school. And I think that benefits me in the sense that I don't lean on that chef terminology, the chef technique, that kind of stuff. I'll say things that regular everyday people would say, and it resonates with them and they can make it. And yes, I swear a lot. I'm sort of not normal that way. I was on a radio program live from Calgary a few months ago. And in the middle of the thing, the guy said the S word. And suddenly I went, oh my God, he's going to get in such trouble. And I went, oh no, it's Canada. They understand it. That's not a word that's going to start a war.
Not a dream, folks. You're waking up to reality this morning as Philadelphia, the city and surrounding areas are just absolutely on an ultimate high right now.
And deservedly so.
Yeah. So here's what we'd like to do. We did this a few years ago. You want to say something? 215-263-WMMR. How great it feels. A personal story. Somebody you want to send some love to. Whatever it may be, feel free to give us a call, because it's all about everybody right now.
I'm going to make an admission that I watched the game on a 5-minute delay last night.
Okay.
It's been my long-standing tradition to not watch it in real time. So the margin was the tightest it has ever been. Casey, can I now assume that this methodology is game tested and I can move forward with this?
Yeah, just keep going with that, and we might just go undefeated for the rest of my life.
All right.
Oh my gosh, it was so funny yesterday at my brother's house. So my brother had 4 TVs going. One of them, by the way, which was the backboard of a little basketball net that hung over the door.
Oh, get out!
It had a TV on it, and so you could like shoot hoops if you wanted and watch the game. But in the one room where 2 of the TVs were, they were being played on an app, and then in his living room was just like his regular television service. So the app was showing it before the TV service.
Yeah.
So I was in that room. We would hear them scream and freak out, and I would just go, "Something big's coming, guys! Wait for it."
It's important when you're doing that you got to sync the TVs up, because I watched it at my brother's house as well, and it's like a split level, but it's not like separated, right? Like it's just one floor stacked on top of the other. So it was only maybe a half of a second ahead or behind.
Ours was like it was like a full minute.
Oh,
so
man.
we would hear them freak out, cheer, and then he fixed it after halftime. He just used the app for that room. It ended up being a big joke. Like it was really funny. We just knew something was coming.
You're looking at, what's next Super Bowl going to be like? How much the streaming stuff is so, what was it, on Tubi? Right, and YouTube as well, and
we just watched on broadcast.
Yeah, broadcast Fox.
Well, when the Phils were in the playoffs, I think it was me and Casey and my buddy Steve, who was in St. Louis watching the game. We were texting each other, and we were all on different times.
Oh, that's hilarious!
He was like way ahead of us.
He was way ahead of us, and we were seeing these things, before they even unfolded on TV, and we're like, oh man,
he should have bet with you guys.
Totally. Yeah. All right, we need to go to some calls. First, I'm gonna start with Chris. She has called in before. And she's back again. She has done live cheerleading on our program.
She's one of the reasons we won.
Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning.
And
I just wanted to tell a story. So, they asked me when I called in if I had any stories, and that night when I called in and I did the premonition cheer, I had a premonition myself that came to me in a dream, and I was in a bird shop, and I looked over, and there was a bald eagle that came over and sat on my lap. And anyway, it was a great game. It was like I'm so glad that Jalen got the MVP. And last night when we were watching the game, we had a friend over, and he said, has there ever in the history of the Super Bowl been a blowout? And I'm like, don't put it into the universe. And like, shortly thereafter, of course, the Chiefs score a touchdown. But anyway, it was a great game. I was really excited to watch it.
Do you want to give us one more cheer just to close out the season?
Ready?
Okay.
We had a premonition, and what did we foresee? But the mighty Eagle team was on its way to victory. We saw it in the cards and in the crystal ball, but you're going to have to check it out because we are the best of all.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and have a great day. All right, we'll see you later. Oh, my God.
There's not been a blowout for a while, and I didn't mind it at all. They just dominated. The first half was unreal. I mean, the Chiefs didn't score any points until the end of the third quarter. Yeah. The Eagles' defense was insanely good last night. It just was like beginning to end, the whole team. And Casey, you kept saying it you've been saying it for several weeks, but the Eagles really are and were a good team. There was no weaknesses on the team. And Saquon, for all intents and purposes, had kind of an off day yesterday. Mm-hmm. Like, he didn't dominate. He didn't do what he did, in the previous playoff games. It didn't matter. They were so freaking good and so dominant from beginning to end.
I want to talk about that. I want to talk about Saquon having a quote-unquote off night.
Right.
He had over 100 yards of, scrimmage yards, right? Whether it be passing or receiving or rushing. But don't get it twisted. He had everything to do with how successful you saw how they had to stack the box in order to stop him, which opened up our air attack. So, Saquon had anything and everything to do with yesterday.
When you know they're completely focused on him, when you know that's the thing, and they would answer that by running plays that you would assume, okay, this is the way they're going to play it, and then pull something out of left field. I don't scrutinize and don't have anywhere near the football knowledge that you have, but even I could see that.
Yeah, I don't think you can call it an off night. They were going to be all over him. So there was a reason for it.
Well, what Nick's saying though is that he didn't have those breakouts, boom, gone, runs that we've seen so much.
There were no Saquon home runs last night, I don't think they win the Super Bowl obviously without that guy.
Absolutely.
And it just was like it just was a complete team effort. It was so much fun to watch. I don't mind a blowout when it's our team winning that way.
Let's go back to getting these people on the air. They're dying to talk. Let me go to Chris. Hi, Chris. You're on the air, buddy.
Hi. First time, long time. It's funny. This is the first time I've actually watched the whole season of the Eagles. I was never always a huge fan, but my mom moved to Charlotte, and her and I were always connecting, watching the Eagles game, and the NFC. She's calling me, crying her eyes out, missing Philadelphia, missing that connection, and she called me last night, crying, so happy. And she's trying to get up here for the parade.
Yeah.
Even though she's never been to the parade, she's never cared for football. So I was wondering if I can get a huge Tom Jones shout out for her.
Yes.
Maybe we did it. Maybe in the end of that.
We can do it.
All right. Well, we'll take that order. Here we go.
I got to switch.
I also had a.
Hold on. There we go. All right.
I just have to switch the windows.
Go ahead, Chris.
My apologies. I had another request. I don't know if Steven Singer does returns. I just bought my girlfriend her first red gold dipped rose.
Yep.
And I don't think I can give that to her right now because it's red.
It doesn't matter at this point. Game's over.
Game's over.
We smoked their asses. Give her a red one. I don't care. Everybody, wear red all day today.
I ordered a Kelly Green one too for her just this morning because this is her first rose from me. And I don't want her to remember it by red. She has to remember it with Kelly Green.
Give her the green first. And
Hang on.
Yeah.
This just in, Chris. I literally got this from Steven Singer. 3 Emerald City Rose gold roses available for giveaway today. We will be giving these away today.
There you go.
Oh, I did not know that.
You're good.
Oh, I can't give you one now. You already bought one.
Yeah.
All right, you're good to go. Chris, give her whatever you got.
Yeah.
All right, buddy, you're good to go. We got to move on to some other calls, but thank you so much and give your mom our best. We will go next to Chris B, who's on. Hi, Chris, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hey, good morning,
Good morning to see you. What's up, my man?
Hey, how you doing? So I'm actually calling down here from Orlando. I'm actually walking my dog right now, Jersey. But I got on my Bad Things Happen in Philly shirt that I saw Casey wearing on his Instagram. So it
nice.
prompted me to buy it. I'm sure he knows what I'm talking about.
I do and know exactly what you're talking about.
Love that shirt. But, oh, my God, I couldn't sleep yesterday. I was up at 4:30 in the morning, driving my wife nuts, just pacing back and forth in the kitchen, trying to prep some ribs. But we're actually down here in Orlando. I moved here about 10 years ago. And I'm taking my 5-month-old Elliot to the MVP parade at Magic Kingdom today.
Nice.
Very cool.
Oh, that's
cool.
awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, so they do actually go.
I went in 2017 with my dad. I'm starting to get emotional here. But when you look back at huge moments in your life, the birth of your baby, your wedding, going to something like this, just fucking
No, we got it. It gives you a potty mouth, is what you wanted to say.
Just something like this is so big, and I think 20 years from now, when we're able to capture everything now on social media and on the phone, it's going to be awesome to share these pictures with her because it's going to be such a special day.
Chris, that means now. Listen, I completely understand with what you're saying. There were tons of people relaying similar experiences with that gravity of emotion that you're talking about because it does mean something. It's something you'll remember forever. And what it is that it's interwoven with your family and memories of your family. So we completely understand where you're at.
Yep, exactly. I was thinking about my aunt, my uncle that had season tickets that are no longer with us yesterday, and I am so excited to go. I mean, I want to say in 2017, there had to be 50,000 Eagles fans there on Main Street. And
awesome.
It's going to be insane today. I started letting people know last week I was taking off today if they won. I will. I'm going to start doing some work today, and by 10:30, I'm heading to Magic Kingdom. I can't wait.
Wow. Enjoy, Chris. Thanks for checking in from Orlando. We appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah,
Congrats.
from Orlando. Here you go.
Orlando.
Okay. So I just wanted to say, so my father passed away 10 years ago, and the Eagles winning 2 Super Bowls since then, that's the only thing that really, really sucks is that he's not here.
Aww.
I had seen something, I think Phil Martelli posted it, that people were tailgating at St. Peter and Paul Cemetery, which is where my father has been laid to rest. And I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't doubt it.
But I drive past that cemetery to get to my brother's house, and all playoffs long, I can see where his headstone is. And when I would pass, I would say, hey, pop up and go Birds. And then, but yesterday I pulled in on my way to my brother's house, and I dropped my father's laid to rest next to my aunt and uncle. So I had to stop by and share that with them. And I know that people, all over the Delaware Valley were the same way.
All right, let me go next to Melinda. Hi there, Melinda.
Hi, you guys rock.
Oh, thank you, Melinda. What'd you want to say?
I just wanted to say I actually was on the radio last time they won, Super Bowl 52, and it was just kind of sad. Like Casey had mentioned, unfortunately, my grandfather didn't make it to see them win the first Super Bowl. But I was also wanted to tell Case, I've been making sure that I wear the exact same outfit every single week, and so does my son.
You did your job. Everybody did their job yesterday. Congratulations.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding. That's it. That's awesome. So, yeah. Now, are you going to clean it now, or have you been washing it all along? That's the question.
So the shirt and the pants that I wore underneath the sweatshirt, yes. The sweatshirt I have not been.
Okay.
And his stuff I have been washing.
All right.
So it worked.
That seems to be
that's okay. All through high school, I didn't wash my gym clothes one time. You'll be fine.
And you graduated.
Thank you, Melinda. I graduated.
Yeah.
I finished, damn it. So, Steve, did you ever get a fix on BirdBot? You were looking at the locations. Where is BirdBot?
BirdBot is now in Mississippi.
Oh.
And it is on I-95 in Poplarville, Mississippi. It is on a main thoroughfare. So by all looks of it, heading back.
Well, we have somebody on the line who we know well. Helen is calling in, and Helen has BirdBot for a bit. I don't know if she still has BirdBot or not, but let's check in. Yo, Helen!
Morning, guys. You rock.
You rock. Congratulations, Helen.
Guys, this has been quite an amazing experience. But we won the Super Bowl.
We did.
I haven't stopped crying.
Aw. All right.
The best time.
Oh, my gosh.
Her voice is
BirdBot
shot.
has had a blast. BirdBot is safe. I had tried to hand BirdBot off to anybody that wanted him. And everybody looked at me and said, no, you keep your fame and glory. What you're doing, keep doing. I've had so many people texting me bad things that I was a bad person for keeping his BirdBot.
Oh, no.
BirdBot wanted to stay with me. He felt the love.
We know for a fact, we know that you did try to follow through, and that I think what happened was, and a lot of people maybe who are being nasty with you didn't account for this, is that you become quite popular in your own right because you've been such a good steward for BirdBot. So there's nothing wrong with that. Listen, the original plan was to pass this along like a relay, but once you got a hold of him and you were the one who was going to get him down there in the time frame we needed, it worked out, and you didn't slack. You were getting him all over New Orleans.
You did a great job, and just understand that sometimes the comment section can be a cesspool. So just
Yeah.
Don't worry. That.
Who cares, Helen? We don't care.
Yeah. We won the Super Bowl.
We won the Super Bowl.
I was talking with Greg Van Dad, messaging with him, and he said, you're so clever. I put BirdBot on a cart.
Yep.
Gave him a platform. He's got about 20,000 signatures over the weekend, guys.
Hey, where did you guys get that cart that you were pushing him around in?
So my boyfriend and I go to the beach a lot. And when we were leaving, he said, listen, are you comfortable to carry that? And I said, I could probably carry it for like a block. because it's quite obnoxious.
Yeah.
And we're like, you know what? Let's make him a platform. It's Birdbot. He's the queen, the king of New Orleans. Guys, I can't even thank you guys. This has been the most amazing experience I've ever done.
Well, you know, it was funny, Helen, because we're checking on pictures, and Casey sends out a picture. I had not realized this. There's
Thank
you.
Casey Boy, for everything.
Yeah, you and Hoda Kotb.
Yeah.
Just
oh, my God.
out of
I
the...
want to tell you something. Hoda Kotb is my friend Marcy, of course, with me. Walked over to Hoda. Hoda looked over and went, oh, my God, what is that cute thing? She came over and kissed him. Seth Joyner kissed him. Shady McCoy. Hollis loved Birdbot.
Oh, my God.
I wouldn't let anybody sign his helmet except Seth Joyner and Hollis.
Oh, my God.
That is great. And then you got into the were you at the Four Walls event as well?
So I couldn't get in. Well, what were, yeah, so that's what we were at. Not last night. Well, last night we were at the best game of our life. The night before we were at that with Marisa.
Yep.
Marisa came to meet us. I believe that's where we were.
Yes, you were with Rob McElhenney and Caitlin Olsen and Marisa there, and Birdbot right in the middle.
But Helen, you were at the game. I want to.
No, totally at the game.
You were okay. What time did you get into the game?
We got in. So we were here. Marcy, whose party were we invited to?
Hi, guys. So
Hi.
we were invited to Mesa and Associates tailgate, but unfortunately, because of how Superdome was barricaded, we couldn't get over this 8-foot tall fabric where the Super Bowl was. So we walked around for like 3 hours trying to find this tailgate. Unfortunately, we could not get Birdbot into NFL Experience because we didn't have credentials.
And it stands to reason. Obviously, the side of they just had a recent attack, and you have something that's in a big tub that looks, it's suspicious. There's no way they were going to let that get in.
Absolutely. So instead, we had 500 insomnia cookies that we handed out to Eagles fans, to the SWAT team there, to the police, to the people that were helping out for the Super Bowl, and just shared Philly love with everybody.
That's great. And the general consensus, because we've said before, New Orleans was overrun with Eagles fans. You encountered love. Were there any detractors? Were there any Kansas City fans who were trying to get their hands on Birdbot? Was everything all cool?
Well, I want you to know that we were pretty partial, that you were not allowed to touch our bird. Do not jinx our bird. Don't jinx our team. But this one lady said, I listen to WMMR, and I looked at her and I went, you're a Kansas fan? She said, I moved to Kansas City years ago, but my dad loved WMMR. And I said, please take a picture. Well, you guys posted her on Instagram. She messaged me and she said, my dad is smiling above in heaven.
Aw.
Guys, we have cried the whole time.
That is great.
Wow.
That is awesome.
It's an amazing, amazing run. Helen, we have a bunch of people on hold. We need to take some other calls, but so happy of what you guys did with Birdbot and taking them around. And so many Eagles fans got a moment with Birdbot. And you're going to bring him back here, right?
Do you want me to bring him back to your station?
Yep.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, either that or I'll come and get it from you at the pizza place.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Yes.
Oh, man, if you do that, you'll make me feel like a rock star because everybody would love that.
I tell you what we need to do. We need to get Birdbot and ourselves. We need to get Birdbot down to the parade.
Yep.
Oh, definitely. Birdbot 1 came to the parade with us, so we got
your
to.
ass.
All right, Helen, we got to run. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Roll. God bless you. Philadelphia.
Yeah.
By the way, Preston, Birdbot 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. A lot of people were texting in that very stat, which is a beautiful thing. All right, so let me see. We got a bunch of other calls to go to. Hang on, I want to go to this one. I have Chris who is calling in. Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Congratulations. I'm congratulating everybody. It's, You know what I mean?
Yes, of course.
All right, Chris, what's up?
So we got my son in October, this 5-foot Frankenstein, right? And he decided, 5 minutes after I got him, he puts a Jalen Hurts jersey on him. He's like, he's 15. He's like, Ma, this thing is going to get us to the Super Bowl. Watch. They're not going to lose. I swear, Mom. I'm like, yeah. Okay, kid. So They didn't lose. And we brought this thing downstairs. The only time they lost was the game that Jalen Hurts didn't play or got hurt in.
Yeah.
And my kid was like, I knew it. This thing sat while we opened our Christmas present. It sat through his birthday. I wasn't allowed to touch him. I wanted to put a Santa beard on him. Nothing. So now my son's wearing the jersey today to school. Havertown, go for it. And he, and I swear to God, after the parade, I'm like, you get a Bryce Harper jersey on.
Yes. Put Embiid. We you know, yeah.
All right. I love that story. All right, Chris, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And- Go Birds!
Yeah,
All right, by the way, we're going to open up Casey's premonition in just a moment here.
Yes.
We've
Okay.
got to find out what that was. There's another call I wanted to go to. Hang on real quick. Yeah, let me go to Lindsay. She's got a comment. Hi, Lindsay. Good morning.
Go Birds!
Go Birds! What's up, Lindsay?
I would like to confirm my 9-month son stuffed him into a 6-month onesie. Buttons were popping.
Yes.
But he won. But he did it, and they won.
And they won.
You told us that you were going to cram him like a sausage into that thing, and you did it. And for a little bit of uncomfortability, we have a Super Bowl victory. So good for you. That's good parenting.
Yes, and you know, something that was very, very funny when we went to a Super Bowl game, he got a little scared when people started screaming really, really loudly. Yeah. But like any good toddler, anytime he stuck food in his face, he stopped crying. So.
There you go. I saw so many kids with headphones on at various Eagles functions.
I was a bad parent and forgot the headphones.
Oops.
You know, he'll learn. It's a good thing.
That's right.
I'm just a little jealous that he's 9 months and it took me 20-some-odd years to get a Super Bowl.
No time like the present to learn sign language.
Growing up spoiled.
All
right, thanks.
And I think I got to change it out first. I already checked. Rally House, for any parents out there, does have Super Bowl onesies.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Lindsay. We appreciate it. Hang on. I want to go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Michelle, can you hear me? From Northeast Philly, living in Nashville. Are you there? Oh, that's too bad. Says she's fired up, great energy. She's in Nashville, wanted to call into Philly, spread the love.
There she is.
Hold on. Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Preston.
Yes! Yeah. How you feeling?
Nashville, we love
Eagles! All right. You're from the Northeast, huh?
I am Mayfair, baby. Unfortunately, plane crash, but walked to that mall for 25 years or more. Love it. And oh my God, I'm working right now, and I'm like literally working, and I am, oh my God, I'm on the radio.
Are you in Nashville right now?
I'm literally like Nashville, 37212, mother. I can't say that. Oh my God, I'm on the radio. Yo, go Eagles. Yes.
Yes. All right. Yes. All right, Michelle, thank you for the love from Nashville. Rock on.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm about to cry. I'm going to cry.
Go ahead, cry. It's tears of joy.
Hey, but
I'm crying. Like, this is awesome. Like, literally, I'm in my kitchen just walking around like a I don't even know what to do.
hey, Michelle, were there any celebrations in Nashville last night? That place is a party town.
I kind of got really drunk, so I don't remember.
Okay.
But yay! Yay! And people asked me if I got home okay, and I said yes. And at 4 o'clock this morning, which is 5 o'clock your time. And oh my God, I love my son Robert, and I love Sweet Lucy because he works there. And I love you guys. I miss you guys so much.
We miss you too.
I am a devoted fan of Phil Abundance. I volunteer every year. I come home on vacation. I'm a greeter at the front, the thingy, like when people roll in.
The dinghy, yeah. No, we absolutely know what you're talking about.
I can't believe I'm on the FM radio.
Yes. Your dreams have all come true. All right, Michelle, we love you. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see you sometime. Go Birds.
I'll see you in December.
All right. I love it. Oh, my God.
She's at work. She's in her kitchen.
Yeah. She's all over. She doesn't know what she's doing.
No.
That's crazy. Plane crash? What? Okay.
Shout out to Mayfair.
All right. So, you know what? Let's open this up. This is driving me crazy. This was Casey's premonition. He put it in an envelope. This was not a prediction. There is a difference. This came to him. These numbers came to him.
Yeah, and I was talking to my brother about it last night. I don't like making predictions. I don't like going like public. People are like, oh, yeah, I don't like calling wins and stuff like that. I feel like I'm a mush.
But this came to you.
And I'm bad luck. And so last week, it just came to me, and I tried to shake the numbers from my head, and these were the numbers that stuck.
Okay. All right. And we sealed it. I'm opening this
Preston,
up.
this was stored in a mayonnaise jar on Funkin' Wagnall's porch. And let's see what he has written.
Casey had Chiefs 17, Eagles 34.
Oh. However, I will say, I called a 17-point victory. The Birds won by 18. I mean, I called a blowout. I called a straight-up blowout.
You did.
Yes.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah.
Nick, what was your prediction? Now, Nick made a prediction,
Yeah.
not a premonition.
Kath, go ahead.
Okay.
I wrote it down. I said, do not open until Monday, and I taped it for posterity.
Okay, and Nick said 37-20.
So I also predicted a Eagles win by 17 points, Casey.
Wow.
Is that wild?
Yeah, and so I think we were both right.
Yes. Why not?
Right.
Everyone wins. Now, prop bet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There was a prop
man.
bet with Kathy and Nick over how many times Taylor Swift would be shown during the broadcast.
By the way, I said Kathy would be right if I'm getting any points. So.
You're not getting anything.
Okay.
I texted Kathy in the first quarter, and I was like, has she even been on TV once yet? And I think she was on early.
It was like one time at that point.
And then Travis Kelce really was a no-show last night. And so he did something maybe in the second quarter, and then they showed her again. I believe she was only on television twice.
I think
There was no reason to show her, like they're not going to show sad Taylor.
That's right, yeah. So Kathy absolutely smoked me. So I am going to be buying Kathy her favorite bottle of champagne as a reward. And congratulations.
There it is.
Well
Kathy
done.
wins.
Thank you.
What's
Yet
your favorite
again.
bottle, Kath?
I told him Cristal.
Crystal. Of course. All right, let me get this other call. We're going to have to take a break here in just a second because we do have some people we're going to talk to here, hopefully. Melanie has an interesting comment to make. Hey, Melanie, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Melanie.
So go Birds.
Go Birds.
My husband had to have emergency open heart surgery on Wednesday night. So we were in the hospital. He was really bummed. He was probably going to miss the Super Bowl, that we were going to have to watch it in the hospital room. Well, the hospital room, all the Fox channels were not working.
Oh, my God.
So we were so afraid that he was going to, that we were going to get stuck missing the Super Bowl. They let him go the day of the Super Bowl.
They let him out of the hospital?
Yep.
Even though he has pending surgery? Okay.
Open heart surgery.
He had open heart surgery, double bypass on Wednesday night.
I see. So he already had the surgery and he was recuperating. They gave him a special pass to leave the hospital early so he could watch the Super Bowl.
Melanie, this is a legitimate question. Were you concerned at all that if things would have gone badly, that it could have killed him?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly.
Yes. The stress.
I kept on telling him, you have to stay calm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? As much as you love the Eagles and all this kind of stuff, it's a game. You have to stay calm.
Yeah, and the Eagles did you guys a solid by blowing the absolute pants off of the Chiefs. You didn't have to worry about anything.
No stress. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and
No, it was great. It was perfect. It was like by the end of the third quarter, he's like, oh, no problem. We got all this.
Excellent.
But he was so quiet, so mellow, which is totally not like him. Usually the F-bombs are flying and
Didn't
you know,
need
we're
that.
leaving the room.
There was no need for that.
And the dog's running outside, but he was nice and mellow and calm and, brought a tear to his eye after they won, but it was good.
That's excellent. And we're glad to hear he's doing well.
Speedy recovery to him, please, Melanie, and thank you for checking in. We appreciate that. All right, so there's a lot of people, and this is what we did a few years ago, 7 years ago, when we won. We just opened up the phones and had people say what they want to say.
I love this.
So let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. We do have to do the bizarre file. We have a gentleman we're going to talk to in a moment, I think, courtesy of, well, I'll get it figured out. We're going to take a quick break. We might have Barcan on. We might have Marissa on. It's a might all the way around because people had a late night last night.
But we're keeping the calls coming, correct?
Yeah. Not when we come back, but the next segment. We will do more calls in a little bit, so we'll return shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
No parents are going to write in about that. Yeah.
So Sam, with your lack of culinary experience going into this,
sure,
you're now a restaurateur, right? I mean, so you own 3 restaurants?
I have 3 restaurants. Here's the important part of that, Preston. I have 3 restaurants with partners, and they came to me and they said, look, we're fans, but we like what you do. Here's what we do. Do we think we could put that together? And I said, yes, but I'm not going to be the guy that's going to be on the line in the back every day. I can't do that. I don't want to do that.
Right.
When we run out of tomatoes, I'm not the guy to get them.
Right.
When Susie calls in sick, I'm not the guy that has to stand up, jump in on the line again that day. I say I have the best restaurant job in the business. I get to be the inspiration, the face, the brand, the food, the recipes. And they do their part and I do mine. And it's been a good relationship so far.
There are so many business ventures that I wanted to get into where I'm like, can I not be the person that has to do all the stuff and just kind of give you guys some ideas or something like that?
Yeah,
I've never found any takers on that.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, Preston, but it's a great relationship. And I know you're kidding, but it's a business that I said forever I would not go into on my own because here's what I know. I know I don't know the restaurant business. And even though I have a successful YouTube following and, of course, a great following in San Diego because this is where I started, I knew that I didn't know how to do that, which, unfortunately, a lot of people think it's about a dish or just a couple of recipes. Honey, your lasagna is so good, and that restaurant down the street is packed. If we had a restaurant, your lasagna is better, we'd be packed all the time.
Right.
Yeah, there's a little bit more to it than that. Speaking of joking, and a listener had emailed me to ask you about this, to find out about this. They wanted to know, what's your beef with Guy Fieri, and is it a joke?
I've never met Guy Fieri. I am only jealous of his success, and he's such a public figure. Let him. His shoulders are strong enough that he can handle the jabs from a little 3.5 million YouTuber like me. Look, I think Guy Fieri on his show Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives, though it's not my particular style, his style.
Yeah,
it's a bit too over the top for me. But I think he's really good at what he does.
Right.
I think he brings that whole show alive. He does. He had a cooking show when he first won the Food Network star thing. He had a cooking show, and he was in a kitchen. And the refrigerator had a racing stripe on it. There was a pool table. They were trained to play up this whole bad boy thing. I didn't think he was very good at that because he's so over the top. That being said, no, I don't. Of course I'm jealous of that success he's got. Come on.
Well, who would you consider your muse in the culinary world? Who inspires you the most?
Oh, I do like Jamie Oliver quite a lot. He doesn't use the Naked Chef title anymore, but he has a very natural style. There's nothing forced about it. I like the way that he just feels like you feel like he's just putting stuff together.
Right.
And people will say that about me, and I don't think it's that I modeled myself after him. I think this is just the style that came out, once I started cooking on TV. I like him, and I'm old. So I remember, Julia Child, not really, but certainly enough of her, and a guy named Dan. He was called the Galloping Gourmet.
I loved him. We talk about him all the time, Sam.
And
he was the master of that sort of approach.
Yeah, what I liked about both of them, Graham Kerr, his name, and Julia Child, if something effed up, they went with it.
Yeah.
They didn't, I read once that Rachel Ray in one of her shows in the very beginning cut herself quite badly. They stopped the tape. They crazy glued it, which you can do. It's 100% safe. Put makeup on it, then rolled the tape back a little bit, and then carried on like it never happened. If that happens to me, I swear. If I drop something, we leave it in. If I burn myself, we leave it in. If I can't get something out of a pan, we leave it in. And people will come up to me and they go, one of the things we like is that you make us feel like it's okay to make mistakes in the kitchen. It's almost more encouraging than anything else.
Yeah, I can see that.
So those two people had that style, and for that, I
Sam, I remember one time seeing Julia Child. She was cutting a chicken, and she cut her hand open, so like the blood was spurting all over the place.
Really?
The crowd was going crazy. It was. Well, that was Saturday Night
Live. You sure that wasn't Dan? You sure that wasn't Dan Aykroyd?
No, hindsight. Listen, speaking of the Food Network stars, Sam, does anybody, because of your look, does anybody think that you're Ted Allen from Chopped? Have you ever gotten mistaken?
So there was a big food event in San Diego a few years ago, and there was this big party the night before. And I'm there, and Ted Allen's there, and somebody says, "Oh, let me introduce you to Ted Allen." So I walk up, they introduce me, and he goes, "I have a funny story about you." I go, "What?" He goes, "We were in a restaurant last night. We finished our dinner. We come outside. We're waiting for the car. We're on the street, and a woman comes up, and she says, 'Oh, my God, I'm the hugest fan. Would you sign a T-shirt for me?' And he goes, 'Of course.' And he goes, 'I'm feeling good inside.' And she walks to her car. She comes back. Somehow she had like a plain T-shirt in her car. And he goes, I sign it for her. I hand it to her, and she's so thankful. And she's walking down the street, and she gets about 2 doors down, and she turns around and she goes, 'This doesn't say Sam the cooking guy.' And he goes, 'I didn't know who you were, and then I asked somebody, and now I see you.' And he goes, 'Yeah, I do think we kind of look alike.'"
So it's valid.
That's fantastic.
It's valid, 100%. Yeah, it's these dumb dopey glasses that I will now have to own for the rest of my life, or I won't look like them.
It's your look. Don't screw with what's working.
Like I'm okay with it. I'm okay.
So,
with it.
Sam, you've delved into the cheesesteak realm on the show.
Yes. God, and please. Oh no, I feared this might come up. Yes. Look, my next cookbook. May I show you?
Yeah, please.
Oh.
Sam the cooking guy between the buns. I love it.
So tacos, hamburgers, sandwiches, burgers, and burritos. So there is a. By the way, if you pre-order this, you have a chance to win a virtual cooking class, private one, just me, you, and whoever you want.
Nice.
Wow.
So there's a Philly steak sandwich in here, and I think one of the biggest problems people make is they overcook the meat. They cut the pieces too thick. They overcook the meat. They undercook the vegetables.
Okay.
You want the vegetables in here, the peppers and the onions, to be really well caramelized.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't do that in 2 seconds in a pan. And if you cut the meat too thick, when you take a bite, you get a big hunk of meat hanging off your lip that's no longer in the bread.
Yep.
And it's tough. You can't do that.
It's funny you should bring that up. It's funny you bring that up because now you can use that as a Rorschach test here in Philadelphia, because whatever place you align with will say a lot. It's sort of like a personality profile. I tend to agree. To me, the classic cheesesteak is thinly sliced meat, but there are people who love it the other way, and it's for the exact reason you mentioned. You pull out half the sandwich with every bite you take. But it probably exists in the pantheon of those. As with pizza, whatever way works for you is the right way to make it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So before our YouTube channel style now, which are episodes that are 15-ish minutes long, sometimes much less. We had a version of it. It was called the Sam Livecast, and it was part talk show, like me at a desk talking like this. We did it live, and then I'd go in the kitchen and cook something. Back in those days, Tony Luke came to San Diego. And a friend of mine said, "Hey, do you want to do something with him?" And I said, "Of course." So he came to my house, and we had a dueling Philly cheesesteak competition. He did his version, which was damn good. I did my version that had a slight Asian, little Asian inspiration to us. I think mine was better. I'm just going to brag.
Right.
Go up there and say that. I don't think I could ever get Tony to say that, though. And though we've only met once, I think he was a really, really, really nice guy.
He's a great guy. And, he's a friend of the show.
It's great. So yes, I'll also say this for people listening. This is back to the teaching part. Thinly sliced meat, cooked very quickly on a hot surface, is much more forgiving in the end than big, fat, thick pieces.
Yep.
So if a first timer is out there trying to make a great Philly cheesesteak, or any kind of cheesesteak, slice it thin. You'll find you won't F it up nearly as much as those thicker thumb-sized pieces of meat.
Sage advice. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
From a guy that never went to culinary school. Swears a lot.
Wow, it's impressive stuff. So, what are some of the newer things coming up that we can look forward to that you're tackling on the YouTube channel?
Well, let's see. So, we just shot the other day. I think it was really fun. We bought 5 Instapots, lined them all up on the kitchen counter, and we started at one end. It put one thing in, one thing, and then went back and showed how they turned out. And Instapots are great.
Oh, I
mean, any type multi-cooker. So this will come out today, I think. It's Monday. I think it's today's episode.
I wanted to get a handle on what you thought about the Instapot because my wife, I got her one. It was all the rage, I think, 2 years ago. The Instapot.
Yeah.
And so I contend there's a lot more we can do with it, but it doesn't seem to be lighting her fire. But you believe in the Instapot?
Look, in my personal life, I don't use one very often.
Yeah.
But then here's what we learned about the channel. It's not what I want. It's what the audience wants, right? In any business, it should be that. Here's what we made. In one, we made a short rib ragu in about, an hour, start to finish. Unbelievably delicious. Put it on pasta. We made a shrimp, chicken, and sausage jambalaya. Dump everything in, stir, close the lid, turn it on the rice cooker setting, which the Instapots do. Amazing. We made macaroni and cheese, a little truffle mac and cheese in one in about 10 minutes.
Huh.
We made pork ribs in half an hour in the Instapot, and then took them out and put them under the broiler for 5 minutes. I mean, you can't do that any other way. You really can't.
Yeah.
And that's using the pressure cooker setting.
Okay.
So it's impressive what you can do with these things. It depends on how you like to cook. My wife and I eat pretty simply. Dinner, all our kids are grown. So dinner for us is always a big ass salad with some protein on it. Chicken, shrimp, steak, that kind of thing. We like burgers. So I use a grill. I use my stovetop. I use, whatever. I don't really use an Instapot a whole lot in my personal life, but
well, yeah, because it's just you. I think, yeah, like to me, I guess maybe that's what the reticence. It's just us. It's just two people, and you're always making an ass load of stuff.
Yeah, but do you make ribs? I mean, you don't see. Here's the thing that I get: people go, "Well, will you do an episode on cooking for one?"
Yeah,
I go, "Yeah." Go to the store and buy one stinking steak. You don't have to go to Costco.
Yeah.
140 pounds of ribeye. You don't. You can buy one freaking potato and make mashed potatoes for just you.
Yeah.
Or F the potato and buy a bag of chips. Use that for your mashed potatoes.
Make your mashed potatoes.
You just brought up something that has bugged me about my wife for years. When we would make mashed potatoes, just the two of us before kids, she would buy 5 pounds of potatoes, make up mashed potatoes. I'm like, how many potatoes can you sit down and eat? One, right? Let's just mash up 2 potatoes and that ought to do it.
Then you got it. Then what are you doing with the rest of them? My last book, Leftover.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Yes. Being the champions comes with it some wonderful things, including all that great merch you can get.
Yes, absolutely.
Which, of course, people are lining up for immediately. And besides something you can wear, how about something you can keep at home and display and show proudly? We are going to welcome on to tell us about a very product like that from Nico Sports. We have Mr. Bob Dunk, who is joining us. Bob, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Preston and Steve. I know we've chatted before. I'm so excited for the Eagle fans. And I used to work in your city as a sports center many years ago, and my son played baseball at LaSalle. So I am all Philadelphia, and what a blowout, 40-22.
Yeah.
And I know now the fans are going to want to have this keepsake that I'll be talking about, because it's very limited. Only 5,000 of these officially licensed Super Bowl footballs, the real deal, are going to be made to raise some monies for the Eagles Autism Foundation. It's a great group that we've worked with. They're $129.95 each. You'll get an individually numbered certificate of authenticity. And everything I want to point out, guys, is embossed on the football. They're all handmade, and all the logos and the stats and the photographs of the players are embossed on there, so it'll keep it pristine looking. It's almost like engraving it into the side. Now, before I give out that phone number, these are $129.95 each. Only 5,000 will be made. On the top panel, you'll have the official Super Bowl logo, stadium history, championship history for the Birds right there. Then the second panel lays out the entire 2024 schedule with the opponent's dates, so you'll be able to recap everything that happened. The third panel is really cool. We got the MVP, Hurts, a photograph of Jalen right there, and also another one of Barkley with his stats. So you get all that on this football, and again, only 5,000 made. Here's how you can get it. Put it up in your home or office. The toll-free number to call is 1-800-345-2868. Again, that's 800-345-2868. Or if you can't get through the phone lines, don't worry. Go right to the website. You can order it there, NICOsports.com. You spell it NIKCO sports.com. Again, that's NIKCO sports.com, or call 800-345-2868. And when you go to the website, you can download a gift flyer that has a picture of the football, and you can have it instantly. So if you're thinking of maybe a Valentine's Day gift for that person, or you got some upcoming anniversaries, or Mother's Day, Father's Day is not that far away, this is the item for that Eagles fan.
Yes. And you can, even if you've got somebody who's got a birthday not until the summertime, hang on to it and gift them that then. I think that's,
these are valuable. Down the road, I remember the one we did back with your show back in, I think it was 2017 when they won the first time. I've looked on eBay, and some of those footballs are going for $500 or more.
Okay. Yeah, no doubt. And I love the fact that a percentage of each purchase is going to go to the Eagle Autism Foundation, which is a wonderful thing. And it's a great looking item. The energy is at an all time. So
I was there for the Phillies parade many years ago when I was a sports editor, 1980.
Wow,
when they won the World Series, and that's Dallas Green. He was the one who eventually hired me and took me to Chicago, where I was with the Chicago Cubs for 10 years.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, we will get the word out, Bob, to everybody. NICOsports.com, spelled NIKCO sports, SPORTS.com, or you can call 800-345-2868 and get these while these last, I would assume, because like you said, it's a limited edition.
Jump on it. Jump on it, because only 5,000. And I know when I look at that parade coming up, it's going to be more than 5,000 people at that.
Yeah, just a bit by many factors. So, get it now.
All right, guys. Hey, listen, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Stay healthy, and we'll talk again soon.
You got it. Bob Dunk, thank you from Nico Sports, and that offer available for a limited time. So
we don't mind talking to them because it's always after a Super Bowl win.
Yes. Spirits are high.
Yes.
All right, we got some B-file stories to do, so we're going to get to it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, and if you find yourself in an accident, trust pros. Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. You can go to proteamcollision.com. Oh, this is a messed up story to start with. I couldn't believe this when I saw it, but the family of a young mother who died after inhaling helium at her child's birthday party.
Oh, my gosh.
Have described their desperate efforts to save the woman. Faith Waterman Batistich. Her loved ones say that helium sales should also be restricted after a moment of lighthearted fun killed the mother of two in a matter of seconds. A 20-year-old woman died despite an hour-long battle to save her life. And I tell you this is a cautionary tale because of what happened here. The death was referred to the coroner, who released a warning about the dangers of inhaling helium. And her twin sister, Eden, said it started off as a normal day. The family were preparing for the first birthday of Faith's second child and had been using a helium canister to fill balloons for the party. Members of the group began inhaling helium from the balloons to make their voices higher. And another member of the group suggested inhaling directly from the canister, saying that they had done it before. And it took some convincing for Faith to agree to inhale from the canister. And as she inhaled, another person turned up the flow on the canister. And her sister said it went too fast and kind of shot her in the back of the neck.
Oh my
her
God.
last words were literally OS. and then she fell to the ground and died. She said, I was in shock. I just kind of froze. What the F am I seeing? Faith went blue instantly, according to her mom, and they began giving her CPR for 45 minutes. Paramedics arrived. They did it for 20 minutes, and they gave her shots of adrenaline, and nothing was working. Helium gas attached to oxygen molecules in her, and once that happened, there was no saving her. It wouldn't matter whether she was even in a hospital environment when it happened. There was no coming back from it. Helium gas, when inhaled, displaces oxygen in the lungs, causes hypoxia, low blood oxygen, which can cause damage and ultimately death if it's too much. But this thing had such a force. It shot in there.
So whoever turned that handle is responsible for her death.
Yeah, so don't ever do that, gang. All right, a California-based hot air balloon company is offering mile-high flights with Amorous Mile High Club privileges over the Temecula countryside. So guests can enjoy the views with a whole basket to themselves and a privacy screen separating the pilot compartment from the passenger
I was
cabin.
going to ask that question because you're fairly close to the pilot in those things.
So they've got everything covered. So the pilot, who Magical Adventure Balloon Rides promises will be wearing protective hearing gear and focused solely on flying,
How's it going over there, guys?
ascends the balloon to 5,280 feet, which is about 2,000 feet higher than a typical recreational flight. While intimate clinches are usually thoroughly discouraged in the skies, this company invites you to bring your own bedding and music playlist. A complimentary champagne breakfast is included in to fuel your frolics of whatever sort. So the price to go up and bang in a balloon is about $1,400. And if your mantra is the more the merrier, each additional adult in the larger 10-person basket is $159. So you could have an orgy if you want.
Here's my problem with that. You're down in the basket. The whole purpose of being up at that altitude is to kind of see everything around you. One person's going to be looking up at the balloon and the burner, and the other one's looking at a wicker floor.
Right.
So, to me, stay on the ground and then take a balloon ride.
You could do that. Or you could do standing doggy and everybody gets to look out.
Yeah. And then the pilot can watch.
Yeah. An apparent road rage incident in Washington State had sparks flying, and not in a good way. It happened last Saturday. Authorities said a woman was driving when a four-door Dodge truck began following her. The truck passed her, but then someone started shooting fireworks at her car.
Jesus.
It appears the person in the passenger seat was launching a Roman candle-style firework, shooting sparks onto the road. The truck drove off once a woman pulled into a parking lot, and the sheriff's office has been asking the public to help find the owner of that particular Dodge.
Well, that's the Roman Candle Bandit.
Here is a story out of Australia for you, Steve. Reptile hunters say that they've been stunned to rescue 102 venomous snakes from someone's backyard mulch pile in Sydney.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Curry Kawaro said that his business was initially called to rescue a bunch of the reptiles after one was reported to have bitten a dog on the property. When his colleague arrived, he discovered 40 red-bellied black snakes, 4 of which gave birth to more live young ones once he had placed them in a removal bag.
He eats a lot of snakes.
Red-bellied black snakes are one of the most common venomous species in Australia, but have not caused any human deaths on record at all. The 5 adult and 97 baby snakes are currently under quarantine and will be released into a national park once the weather cools. Mr. Carawaro said that it was a record haul for the snake handlers who normally catch between 5 and 15 reptiles a day.
Could you imagine having a mulch pile with all those deadly snakes in it?
Female red-bellied black snakes often gather in small groups when they are ready to give birth, possibly to protect against predators. So they like to do it en masse. And that is what we will give to you in the bizarre file for now, friend. We will take a break. Can I give one of these away?
Yeah.
All right. How about an Emerald City Gold Rose from Steven Singer Jewelers?
I love it.
In honor of this green day that we are sharing together. We'll take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will set you up with that. You can get one for your love today with free shipping in time for Valentine's Day at IHateStevenSinger.com. And a portion of the proceeds are going to benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation as well, not unlike the football we were just talking about. So we will set you up with that. I believe I said caller number 14. We will take care of you. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We might be talking to some people. Maybe Barkant's checking in. Maybe Marisa's going to check in from New Orleans. We'll see about that. But we definitely want to hear from you this morning because that's what it's all about, showing the love. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston with intentional leftovers was what you do, make a chicken, and then what you do with it besides just eating chicken the same way every night. You make a giant big pile of mashed potatoes, and you got to figure out what to do. Then you're making mashed potato cakes and stuff like that, and it's good. But two potatoes. 2 people, 2 potatoes. I think you'll be okay.
Do you know what appeals to me about your approach to this? Because I do love. We do. There's a segment that we do every week. The connoisseur about cooking and all that stuff. And because so many people connect on it, everyone finds a level to connect to something. Food is always a topic of discussion. And so my wife and I, we rate things on what we call the reheat factor. How does it reheat? And I contend there are some foods that are better on the reheat than they are on the initial serving. Do you agree?
Of course. Lasagna. Yeah. I think lasagna is great when it comes out of the oven. I just think something magical happens when you reheat it. Pizza is a sticking point for me. In that book, the Leftovers book, I showed how to make a pizza and then how to reheat it. I know there's a lot of people, they'll dump all over me for showing how to reheat pizza. I like cold pizza the next morning. After cold pizza, I can't stand it. So I say you do this. You take a nonstick pan, you put it on the heat, like medium-high heat. Then you take a slice of pizza, you put it on a plate, you put it in the microwave for about 45 seconds to a minute. It starts to get all bubbly on top. The second it's bubbling on top, take it out of the microwave, you slide it right into that now hot nonstick pan. It should hit the pan and go get a little bit of that. And now the bottom is getting crispy. The top is all hot and melty. The bottom's getting crispy. It's pretty close to how it came out of the box. No, it won't come out of the box like that. Right. Pretty much how you'd get it if you were sitting at the counter of the restaurant.
Right.
And they slide it right in front of you.
I love it.
But no, some things, the microwave is good for certain things. The air fryer, on the other hand, is also very good at warming stuff back up.
Yeah, no, we use the air fryer all the time. A lot of this, and it's just fun. Again, Preston does the most cooking of anybody on the show, but just on a basic level, this is the spice of life. And to have a point of entry that you're obviously providing to your viewers, where you don't have to be the stereotype of the snobbish sort of foodie, and have this point of access, I think means a lot. That's why you're doing so as well as you are.
Yeah, you know what? That term foodie, are you a foodie? I'm a foodie. She's a foodie. I don't think he's a foodie. We don't want him to come over. That's just nonsense talk. What's a foodie? A person that likes to eat food. Yeah, right. Everybody likes to eat food, except my mother-in-law who sees food as nourishment only. She doesn't really care how good it is. She's not a very good cook, but I do adore her. That being said, look, I could talk food all the time, all the time. When I do a live event, I'm in front of an audience. Whatever the reason I'm there for, at some point always degrades into, let's talk about what you guys want to talk about. Yeah. What are you having trouble making? And if I can help with that, don't ask me a baking question ever. Even though right now I have bagels proofing, we're going to finish off the bagels when we're done with this. We have a show coming up, how to make your own lox, how to make your own bagels, and how to make the smoked cream cheese, which we did on an episode for that buffalo chicken dip. You have a smoker? Anybody there?
No, but
I don't have a smoker.
My neighbor used to, and man, the stuff that would come out of that is pretty awesome.
So I'm telling you, who's ever listening right now, you take a block of Philly cream cheese. Of course, I wouldn't mention any other one. You put it in a little pan, cast iron pan, whatever. You make some little X's across the top. You sprinkle it with anything you want. In this case, we'll watch it on YouTube for the buffalo chicken dip. We sprinkle it with barbecue seasoning. Set your smoker at 225, leave it for 2 hours. It will not melt into a puddle. It definitely gets softer, but it holds its shape. At the end of 2 hours, you take it out, and it is life-changing. It is transformative. It is cream cheese like you've never had before. And it was so good that when we made it, I said, damn, imagine you could put like everything bagel seasoning on it. And then it went, hey, if you do that with everything bagel seasoning, then we should make our own bagels, and then we should make our own lox. So that'll be coming up in a couple of weeks.
That's cool.
But yeah, so the point is, I forgot the question. No. Oh, the point is, I like to talk food all the time.
Nice. Yeah. Hey, by the way, Sam, before we wrap, if people find themselves in the San Diego area, what are your restaurants that we should visit?
So they're all in Little Italy. They're all about 25 yards away from each other. Two are in the Little Italy food hall. One is called Samburgers, which you can guess probably what that is. And we love doing burgers on our channel. We have a great one coming up this week. The other one's called Not Tacos, and Not Tacos because they're not Mexican tacos. Not that I don't love Mexican tacos. I love Mexican food. I'm in Mexico. Yeah. Everything I've had here has been Mexican. But San Diego has so many great Mexican restaurants. I didn't need to be a guy to try and Jewish Canadian boy did not need to bring more Mexican tacos. Right. So there's things like Korean short rib, mashed potato, pulled pork with macaroni and cheese, stuff like that. Really good. That. Yeah. Most of them are in this book. Shameless plug. All right. And the other one is called Graze, Graze. And Graze, like a cow would eat a little bit of this. So it's charcuterie boards and flatbreads and appetizers and salads and bar and that kind of stuff.
Well, you need
Little Italy food hall.
You need to chain those up because we'd like to. They sound pretty awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. It's all good. So just know this: the book will be coming. Some copies to you guys when it comes out. It comes out in May.
Thank you, man.
Yep.
That's awesome.
And for restaurant info and food info and all this, you can go to thecookingguy.com or you go to the YouTube channel for all the stuff and go find my Philly versions, cheesesteak versions, and all the stuff we've been talking about. It's all there. Everything's there.
Well, good on you, man. You're a hell of a
guys
success.
are great.
Hell of a success story.
Yeah, thanks,
Sam.
man.
That's
Call
really
on
cool.
me anytime to answer food questions or
all right,
consider it done.
Judge a debate.
Yes, and resume vacation. All right, man.
I'll go back.
Thank
Please
you.
bring the margaritas now.
Yes. All right, Sam, the cooking guy. Thanks, Sam. Take care, man. We'll see you later. Oh my God, that's awesome, dude.
Very conversive, very cool.
No idea. Zero culinary experience at all, and just followed his passion. I guess he just liked doing it, and one thing led to another, and look at him. Huge success. That's really cool.
Yeah. God bless. That you have to stick. He stuck with it, you know, and again, you said finding the hook, finding the high concept. I'm not a chef. This is how I'm going to prepare it.
When I don't know about you guys, but when he was talking about the smoker, my mouth started to water. The way that he was describing it, and then the buffalo chicken dip and whatever the hell else, I was like, yeah, I'm in. I want to try.
A lot of things made my mouth water in that conversation. All right, so you can go to thecookingguy.com to get all information. Just do a search on Sam the Cooking Guy on YouTube and subscribe and check it out and get some good ideas. Well, if you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects.
Yes.
And a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I had congestion too. So, sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like, taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No. And then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see.
Yeah.
I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right,
that,
exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such a unique thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything. And then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree.
Ooh.
I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
It's the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. Right. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. You know, we're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up.
Yeah, like toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
You wouldn't know what that tastes like anyway.
It's all edible, and
or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No,
Nothing
is there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly?
Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an orange peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, he goes, "Hang on." He looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, it's not real. Never mind.
It's not real."
Yeah,
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right,
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah. And the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, you should get a return, but there's no guarantee it's going to be, anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to, try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work, because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But like now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my.
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right, friends. We want to hear from you. Is there anything at all you want to share this morning? A story from last night? Where were you? What did you do? Were you part of the celebration? Somebody do something stupid at your house or your party? Whatever it is. 215-263-WMMR. That is a number. It's a version of Open Phonadelphia.
Open Phonadelphia.
That we have done before. When we just
Phonadelphia.
Let you speak and say what you want to say this morning.
I want to hear if someone won some big money and or lost some big money.
Could have lost some big money.
They went to listen to some of the pop bets.
Yep.
Kathy was a winner.
I was a winner. winner.
Kathy won from Nick, by the way. And while we're waiting for people to buzz in and share some stuff, just to briefly touch on the other things and the absolute wipeout, blowout of the game, obviously the commercials and the halftime show and all that stuff, which I kind of just paid attention to this year.
I would do a general review of
Yeah. There were a couple of things that made me laugh commercial-wise.
I just need to give my favorite one is the Mountain Dew Seal commercial.
It was
Dear
funny.
God, it was so disturbing.
It was almost like, the Skittles did really weird commercials for a while. And they had the puppy monkey baby thing. They had a reference to that. That's another weird one. So that was kind of the bizarro. That one and the one where the guy's tongue jumped out of his mouth and everything.
I didn't like the tongue one.
Yeah, that was weird.
You know what I didn't like? The cowboy hat, the skin cowboy hat one.
Yeah, that was weird too.
Where basically for Tubi, where you were born to love westerns, and so the guy's head is a flesh cowboy hat. There was a lot of disturbing uncanny valley stuff going on last night.
Yeah, definitely with CGI and stuff. Now I'm not a good barometer because of the commercials that I usually like. People are like, whatever, that's not one of the great ones. But you know which one I really got a kick out of? I loved was Liquid Death, the water.
Yes.
I thought that was clever because when you first saw somebody drinking Liquid Death, you're like, oh, that's a new craft beer of some type.
Right.
It's water, and they had doctors, police officers, people that were in the middle of
cracking them open,
slamming these things down.
Pilots.
And right as they're about to take off, they're I thought that was a clever spot.
Really was.
By the way, I'm a huge fan of that stuff. I got injured. I was drinking it it's water. I get it. But I think the can doesn't corrupt the taste. Or I don't know what's going on. But at the MMRBQ, I had a load of them.
Yeah. I love the Martha Stewart breakdancing video.
Oh,
Did you guys see that one?
Yeah. See, that I got the little uncanny valley from.
It's a little uncanny valley.
I thought it was kind of weird. The other one I liked, there were only two that I jotted down. Yeah, these hit home with me. Was the breast cancer spot.
Yeah.
Where they did all the close-ups of everybody's boobs.
Yeah.
And all things that looked like
I didn't
cleavage.
See it.
It was a fun play. I mean, Kathy, it was just like 30 seconds of just boobs. And eventually, I knew it was going to be probably a breast cancer spot. I thought that was pretty clever as well.
It was delivered well. I got a little choked up at the Google commercial where the girl grew up over time.
And the dad's hugging her through the window of the car and just dropping her off.
And she came back and gave him a hug. And he was dropping her off at college because my son is 18 and he went down to Broad Street last night and he was celebrating. So I felt that one.
Google does they did the one with the, this is a picture of when I first met my wife. Remember that one? We did a parody of it,
a while back, right?
Yeah. And her vagina really smelled like. We did a parody of it. They're good at that, though. The Clydesdale thing was sort of underwhelming.
Yeah.
The one that I thought, the Mountain Dew was good. They did something I thought was kind of clever. Instacart used all of the symbols from all of the products that would be in an Instacart bag that someone had ordered from a supermarket.
And they were legendary campaigns.
Campaigns, right down to the Old Spice guy on the horse.
And the Energizer Bunny. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm like, okay, where are they going with this? Because when they start to cram so much into a spot, you lose
it's
me.
Overwhelming.
I thought the Dunk Kings ad was like, at first, okay, here's Ben Affleck. We've seen this bit before. And then there was too much going on.
His brother.
I saw
did
Casey Affleck.
They had Belichick with his, what's her name, Jordan, her super hot girlfriend.
Right.
And I tell you, Preston, just seeing pictures is one thing. But when she's actually moving next to him moving, it's, you want to talk about uncanny valley, ungodly valley is what that is. Because she's stunning, and he really looks like he's listen, in comparison, the guy's not
He's a grandfather. He looks like
a grandfather.
Yeah. Did you guys like the Glenn Powell Dodge one?
It was cute.
I thought I liked the rock music to that, and I think he was kind of a badass. I enjoyed that.
Do you know what caught me off guard? Which so many of them were But Harrison Ford did his little thing for Jeep, and then at the end, he goes, I love Jeep. He goes, and my name is Ford, which is a nice little tag.
Yeah.
This came out of left field. I think less is more in a lot of these cases. What were some of the other ones that come to mind? I jotted down a few. The McConaughey, but so you want to talk about jamming a commercial full of things that people don't know. So there's about 90 different people in those McConaughey spots, and I forget what they were for. But Greta Gerwig, who directed Barbie. So if you
most people aren't going to know her
Right.
when he's asking, can you direct a movie for me? And so they're jamming all of the, here's the one that was universally hated, was the Kanye spot.
Yeah.
Did you see that one?
I didn't get it. I was sitting there. I'm like, "What is this?"
And it couldn't.
And then
have
at
come
the end, the pitch comes, and I was just like, "This was dumb."
What was it? What was the?
He's there. Check out Yeezy.com or whatever it is.
Oh, Yeezys. Okay.
Right. And it was with his teeth,
and it was stupid.
It was
and
dumb,
expensive, and
yeah. All right. Well, listen. Besides the spots, obviously, it was a big night all the way around.
What
Huge
happened?
blowout. You didn't hear?
We won the Super Bowl.
Hey, let me remind you what happened.
For the second time, the Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
That's what happened. All right, we're going to take some calls. We're opening this up. This is for you. We have Sean who's on the line. Hi, Sean. You're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Rack 'em.
Rack 'em, bud. So how'd it go last night, man?
It went really good last night. I don't know if you've been watching the news or not, but so I emailed Casey last week, and I had a dream that the Eagles scored a touchdown on a pick six.
Okay.
And I was so confident in this that I smacked a couple bets down, and I walked away with $700.
Nice.
Looking, firing, intercepted, picked up by Cooper DeJean, gets a block. DeJean is in, touchdown.
So
and $700 to Sean.
$700,
Yeah.
and so he gets what? That's his
birthday.
An interception, a touchdown, and his birthday
And his
all in
birthday.
one shot.
And I believe it was his first career interception. I mean, you
come
can't.
on. And it was beautiful.
Seamus turned to me. He goes, "This is so scripted." You know what I mean? Because you can't write it up any better. But like that,
22.
That particular play, I actually had a plate in my hand with a soft chocolate chip cookie on it, and when he intercepted the ball, I put that plate down.
That's how powerful a moment it was.
Wow, that's what that meant to you. My goodness. All right, hang on. I'm going to go to Chris next. Hi, Chris. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Good, my man. What's up, Chris?
Nothing, buddy. I just wanted to give a shout-out to my boy Josh Zumo. He's one of the biggest Eagles fans I know. We couldn't be together last night, but we did it, baby. Go Birds!
Yes.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
Chris.
throw a shard in there.
Absolutely. Anybody wants to do that, feel free, man. We're just opening up the phones. I'm going to go to Connie next. Hi, Connie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Connie?
Hey, good morning from Kansas City.
Oh, wow.
How are things there?
I was at a bar last night watching the game, and everybody was wearing red. I was the only one in green, and man, that bar got quiet.
Were you surprised, Connie? I mean, listen, everyone who is kind of approaching this from a sober point of view was saying it's going to be close. And when you saw that initial leap out ahead and then points just kept getting racked up, it became clear something was going in an other direction. Describe the difference between the beginning zeal of that bar and about what point did it become a mausoleum?
Oh, my gosh. When they were still down in the first quarter, everybody was just like, oh, we still got a chance. We got it. We'll come back. And then second quarter, and everybody was just like, holy cow. What's going
Can't believe this is happening.
The game's over.
You couldn't believe it. And as they were pointing out, in case you would know this better than I, but the Mahomes and that team is known for those kind of comebacks.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And so
being up 24-0 at half I wasn't comfortable.
Right.
Yet.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I knew that they were getting the ball back in the first, in the second half. And they scored a touchdown. Okay, now they're only down by 17 points. You know what I mean? So, but man, the defense just would not relent.
They were beating him up. It was. It was. Go ahead.
It was great. It was great. I mean, I was the only one cheering and everything, and the dirtiest looks I got, I was just.
Yes, Connie, how long have you been in Kansas City?
It'll be 20 years in May.
20 years, and you never went over to the red side, huh?
Nope. I never did.
All right. Well, we appreciate it.
I'm a Birds fan. And,
Love it.
I'm so happy today. I'm wearing my Eagles shirts today, and I'm going to work, and I'm just going to be like, ha
All right, Connie, thanks for checking in. We appreciate it.
I wonder what's going to
see ya.
Preston, with people around the countries, we're hearing all these people talk about the migration that's going to take place to Philadelphia by the end of the week.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I mean, what you saw happening in New Orleans in that stadium, if that's indicative of the kind of mobilization that we can look forward to at the end of this week, it's going to be insanity.
Dude, my stepbrother, who I never talked to,
That's right.
lives in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And without influence from me whatsoever, he is a massive Eagles fan. He's coming in town.
Wow.
I was texting Casey last night.
Yeah.
Our friend Gustav, who lives in Sweden. He's a Swede. He's not a family member who moved to Sweden. He's born and raised in Sweden. Sent us a picture of him watching the game at 3:30 in the morning Sweden time, wearing his hat, wearing his shirt, the whole thing. He was all fired up.
That's funny.
Wants to go to a game next season. So, Casey, I'll probably buy your tickets for a game some point. Or this coming season. By the way, to double back, and this is a little bit disturbing, but I need to point this out. Nick went to Yeezy.com. Do you know what happens when you go in there?
Is it a Nazi sign? What is it?
It's a shirt with a swastika on it.
God, well,
This freaking guy.
What?
Yeah. Come on.
What?
Yep. Enough.
Okay,
Enough.
okay. All right, let me go to Kyle next. Hey, Kyle. Morning, bud.
Good morning, Preston and Steve.
How you doing, buddy? What?
Oh, man, dude, that game was amazing, man. I was loving the whole thing, but this was the best part of the game for me, man. Cooper DeJean just hit that pick six. And, man, me and my whole family, we're singing the Fly, Eagles, Fly. And my buddy who's a Commanders fan, is sitting there. My buddy's shooting a video of this thing, and he just zooms up on his face, and that little sad, pouty face was just the funniest thing to see. I would this whole song, that song.
Did you get that as you're watching it, Kyle? I mean, and Casey was just mentioning the defense and how they were just all over.
God.
I've never listen. I'm a casual observer when it comes to this. But to your mind, had you ever seen Mahomes that apparently flustered?
Oh, my God. The look on his face when he went in for halftime made my night, man.
Yeah.
I've never seen Mahomes stymied like that, ever.
Him and Kelsey were probably holding each other, crying in the locker room.
All right, Kyle. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
Kelsey looked miserable the whole game.
He did.
He looked like he wanted to cry every time they put him on camera.
Go ahead. But you've won twice already.
Yeah, knock it off.
2 years in a row.
I don't feel bad for the guy.
This is not a crying level event. You've won twice already.
Yeah.
Don't cry. Sorry you didn't get your third Super Bowl in a row, bud.
The big 3P thing. Did you see what Mahomes was talking about and when in his press conference after the thing, and he was saying losing is far worse than the emotional high of winning.
Yeah.
Which was an interesting take on it.
Yeah, I've heard other players this weekend when I was just watching, I watched so much football stuff. That's why yesterday, before the game, I didn't watch anything football. But
did that make sense to you?
Yeah, so what they were saying is that if you lose in the Super Bowl, you kind of wish you actually just went 0-16 that season instead and weren't even they would have much rather gone winless and not even made the playoffs than lose in the Super Bowl.
I guess
and this is from people who have won Super Bowls as well.
Yeah. That guy, as far as a cogent post-loss, the guy is very eloquent. He really was, and was kind of giving decent insight.
Mahomes?
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, people were rooting against the Chiefs because it was a three-peat and they've won everything, and Mahomes has won everything, and hopefully the rest of the country will start to hate the Eagles like that because that just means that we're successful,
right?
But Mahomes is a pretty likable guy, Travis Kelce pretty they're not the Patriots. Do you know what I mean? They're just I think a more likable team than the Pats.
All right, let me go to Brandon. Hey, Brandon. Good morning.
Talking to me?
Yeah, bud. Is your name Brandon?
No, it's Brian.
Brian!
You are now known as Brandon. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
That's fine. You can call me anything. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah. All right, what's your story, buddy?
I watched the game last night, and I'm a superstitious guy just like Casey is. I learned I'm never leaving my house for the Eagles Super Bowl again.
Never.
Back the 2018 year, I stayed at home. I made my wings. They won it. When they went in 22, I went to my girlfriend's friend's house, and they lost it. I stayed home with my friends last night, and they blew them out.
Yep. There you go.
Never leaving for the Super Bowl again.
Listen, this is science if you stop and think about it, because BirdBot, as you well know, I'm sure, Brian, BirdBot, second time involved in the Eagles run for the Super Bowl, second time they've won. So listen, the data is clear. You have to be at home, and BirdBot has to be a part of the run.
100% agree with you.
All right, you do your part, we'll do ours, Brian. Thanks, man. I'll go to Tom. Hey, Tom. Morning, bud.
Morning.
Hey, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just so glad to see our Eagles win it.
Yeah,
to take it away from the Chiefs the way they did it, for our rookie, a 22-year-old kid, to run that field at touchdown down. That was just the icing on the cake. It tells the Chiefs that no matter how long you've been in or how short you've been in there, as long as you work your butt off, you're going to make it.
Let me ask you something, Tom. So, and we've all kind of agreed on this. The early signs that this was going to be a blowout made it so much more enjoyable. I know people say, "Oh, I like a nail biter, and I like to win that way." To me, no. In fact, if I could know ahead of time that they were going to win, I'd even take that. How do you feel about having a blowout like this?
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Yeah, I love it to the point. I've been with the Eagles for my whole life. I'm 54 years old. To see them take this the way they did, and last night there was no problems in Philly. There's a little bit of problems, but we celebrated. Everything's still standing. We got the trophy. Yeah. It is going to be a nice day.
We lost some linens.
But other
than that, we're good. All right, thank you, Tom. Yeah. Appreciate it, buddy.
Casey, I wanted to ask you, if, leading up to it, if you felt any FOMO, because last week, we were chatting about the possibility of maybe going down, and you were kind of against it from the get-go, which I totally get. Yeah. Did you experience any FOMO over the weekend?
No, zero FOMO. Listen, I don't have a whole lot of interest in going to New Orleans anyway.
Okay.
I was in Jacksonville. We lost. I drove to Phoenix. I wasn't there for the game, but I was in the town, and we lost. And so, I'm like, okay, I'm a mush when I go to that town. Like, so much so that if they ever put a Super Bowl in Philadelphia, I would leave a week, and I would have to broadcast live from, my shore answer. Hawaii. I wouldn't even care. You could send me to Tulsa, just anywhere as far away from the city as I possibly
Nick,
could get.
did you have a little FOMO seeing this stuff? You wanted to be there, right?
A little bit, because not the game. I don't really care that much about going to the Super Bowl, but New Orleans looked like a lot of fun over the last couple of days, in large part because of the number of Philadelphians who were there. You look up and down Bourbon Street.
Yes.
There were a ton of people celebrating, and more people that I knew were there. And I was psyched that Marisa got to go. I was really glad because, she lives for this kind of stuff. And the fact that she got to be there, that made me happy.
Nick, I saw the Fox setup, and they were doing those overheads. And the street, it was all green. It was all Eagles green. And to see it never looking better. Obviously, Bourbon Street can look really bad.
Yeah.
But it looked phenomenal. Yes, it looked like a party you'd want to attend.
Speaking of Fox, did you guys see Alex Hawley's post yesterday where they sent her home?
Yeah.
And she was crying?
Was she actually crying?
I think
is it an act?
It's a filter.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I fell for it.
I wasn't sure. So watching the game last night, I was definitely anxious because, it's the Super Bowl. But, when A.J. Brown got called for that offensive pass interference in the very first series, I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right. You thought the much touted favoritism is now on display.
It was a terrible call, so much so that I wish like New York or whoever that is in their headsets just would have said, pick that freaking flag up now. That's, you know what I mean? You can't be calling that, right? And then we ended up kind of getting a makeup call the same way. I guess you could say it was offensive pass interference, but it was a little ticky-tack. We got a makeup call like the very next series, and I'm like, okay, all right, we're even now. Can we just play the game of football? You know what I mean?
What'd you think of Brady's calling?
I think it's fine. He was doing a little bit of back in my day type of thing.
He did a lot of that, but it was interesting.
But it's also his first season calling, right? So the more he does that, the least he's going to go, well, back in my, one thing I didn't like when he goes, I like to call that milk in the clock. I'm like, everybody
Everybody calls that milking the clock. That's not a Tom Brady saying.
You didn't come up with that.
You didn't come up with that.
Did you guys notice that his watch, which was prominently featured on television a lot, you know how much that cost?
No.
$700,000.
What is it?
I don't know, Kathy. I
It
don't
looked
know.
like it was plastic to me.
It looked like a swatch.
It did.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, that's not a cheapie. There's no way it stood out so prominently. Okay, that's why. From a distance, it looked like it was like yellow plastic. If you look up close, then this is clearly made of some kind of jewel,
it's
some
diamonds.
precious stones.
You know what I did like?
They're
though?
yellow, though.
To my point,
Yellow diamonds?
Brady also always looks like he's suppressing a fart, and he's robotic. They did have a commercial where his batteries ran low.
Yep.
Which I thought was, kind of self-deprecating and funny.
I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, you are on, buddy. Good morning.
Good morning. Go Birds.
Go Birds. All right, what's on your mind, my man?
So, my firstborn, my wife and I, our son, he was actually born that game where the Eagles blew Dallas out of the building, and that was maybe a couple hours before he actually was born. So that was what kept me calm in the hospital. And the Birds have been undefeated since he's been born.
Oh, he was just born at the end of December here, and they are undefeated.
He's the one.
He's the one.
He is the one.
Oh, how is little baby Super Bowl?
I know he's a little bit spoiled. Everybody else had to wait, however long for an Eagles Super Bowl. He gets born and he already gets to see one. So
You make a good point, Mike, which is there are many. There's this bizarre, it's sort of fun division between people who invested so much time into the team and waited all this time to get, and then there are kids now who are flippantly going to say, "Oh, there's 2 Super Bowls for the Eagles." Do you see that in your family, Mike?
honestly, in my family, I'm the one who watches football, not so much everybody else.
Okay.
All of my friends, we grew up waiting for a Super Bowl. I mean, a lot of my friends were losing their minds in 2008 when the Phillies brought home the World Series. It's fun to watch the different generations of fans of Philly sports come up. Philly sports is a family.
Yeah, there was a family they were talking to last night. There was the older gentleman, the patriarch of the family. He brought with him to every game memories of things belonging to an uncle or a brother who had passed away. That was all part of the package. They go to every game. And then there were the sons, and there's this generational thing going on. It's wild to see that. And it's also, it can't be lost on anyone how much that impacts the generations of any sports fan, but I think in particular Philadelphia, it's very prominent. So yeah,
Philly's different.
Yeah, so with your son, just make sure that you keep things going as they are, and then Super Bowl victories from here on in.
Yeah, no, he has no choice. He's got to be with me every game now.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Congratulations, bud. Thanks for checking in. I'm going to go next to Jay. Wants to apologize to Casey. Hi, Jay. You're on the air. Morning, bud.
Hey, good morning. It is indeed a good day to be on the Baba to Batu Baba Badu Gaga Baba Dop.
Nice. Well done.
That's a good point.
Very well done.
Listen, Casey, I know it's not important. We won the game, but I said I forget what the score was, but we were up and it was still Chiefs had no points on the board, and I whispered to my neighbor, I said, "Is it too early to talk about the shutout?" And then they scored after that. So
You snotty little bastard.
Sports, you don't talk about it when it's in the works. You just wait. But that's my fault.
I did. I was monitoring, social media, and I think everyone, at least that I knew or that I follow, was holding back a bit. Even when it looked, almost down to, because you never know, and so you didn't want to screw it up.
You don't want to upset the sports guys, the football guys. At one point, my son, I think they were up 24-0. And he goes, "Just hand him the trophy now." And I'm like, "Don't say that."
What time on the clock do you finally go, "Okay, we're good"? Because they did the Gatorade dump.
End of the third quarter.
When we were up 4 scores in the fourth quarter, I was like, "Okay, we're good. Okay. We're good here." I could feel confident.
Tonight we introduce a new rule to football. What?
I will go next to Dennis. Hi, Dennis. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
We're happy to take it today, Dennis. What's up, man?
I just wanted to call in. My dad passed away in July of this year, or of last year, and he was a lifelong Eagles fan, and he would have loved to have been here to see this. He got to see the one in 17, and he would have loved to have seen this. And in honor of him, Since the playoffs started, I wore something Eagles every day for the last month and a half, probably. So that was my superstition, Casey. And they wound up winning, and I'm going to do it again next year.
Nice.
That's all I wanted to share. Go Birds.
Yes.
Go Birds.
Very cool. Did you have anything of his represented in the room while you were watching?
No, Steve. We had him cremated, and I had his ashes around my neck.
Well,
there you go. There you go.
All right, thanks, Dennis. Appreciate
Thank God
it,
you had
buddy.
him cremated because it would have been too heavy otherwise.
So Nick and I both had our premonition/predictions for the Super Bowl, and at one point the Eagles did. My premonition was Eagles 34. Chiefs 17, and at one point the Eagles went up 34-0, and I was like, okay, there's my 34 right there. And then the Chiefs ended up scoring, and I'm like, dude, this might actually happen. Nick, at one point your premonition was pretty close to coming true because you had 37-20.
Yeah, and
So
they got 37,
Yep.
and then they got another field goal to make it 40. And I don't remember what the score was at that point. But then even those garbage points that the Chiefs had at the end, I was like, couldn't they have missed the 2-point conversion?
Right?
And then they would have ended up with 20.
Can I ask you something, guys? So you're more dialed into this. At the end, my contention is that you don't want to risk an injury, like in the last seconds of the game.
Yeah.
So there is at that point a bit of pulling back, correct?
And they did.
Oh,
I did.
absolutely.
I would have pulled back
right?
even. I would have pulled back even sooner. My older brother, he was like, "No, it's the Super Bowl. Like, keep these guys in." But I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's also the Super Bowl. Like, give Will Shipley a carry or two."
Kenny Pickett got to play a little bit, and the second string defense came in. They gave up that touchdown, actually, that Mahomes threw. So, yeah, a lot of people got to play. Oh, and I wanted to bring this up, too. It was great to see Brandon Graham out there.
So cool.
That guy's season was done, 4 or 5 months ago, and the fact that he got to be out there, Tom Brady said some really nice things about him, which I thought was really cool and classy. So, yeah, that was awesome.
He has a bionic arm now. Whatever that contraption was on his arm.
I'm going to go to Katie checking in this morning. Hi, Katie. Morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
How
morning
are you?
Good morning to see you, Katie. What's going on?
Well, first and foremost, I'm walking to work along Broad Street right now. And whoo, doggy, it is a mess.
They're working on it.
They are. They have people out with, I guess, leaf blowers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not going to work on 2 bottles of beer.
I think flamethrowers are in order.
Yeah, burn it all down, start from scratch. So I guess what I wanted to say is, so I married my husband almost 6 years ago. He is British, and he moved to America, and the first thing he fell in love with was watching the Eagles at Triangle Tavern.
Oh, my God, the Triangle Tavern.
I know.
Yeah.
Every game, he goes there. And the 2 he didn't go there this year for, they lost. So he was supposed to be there. Everyone knows him by name. They all know him as British John. Last week, his uncle died. So he had to fly back to England on Thursday. And I went to Triangle Tavern to pick up food because I just didn't feel right being there without him. I picked up food to go to a friend's party. Everyone was so sad, but his friends over in England own a pub. And it's actually very easy to own a pub in England.
Yeah.
So they do, and they closed the back room for him and a couple of friends. And he got to watch the Eagles until 5 a.m. there.
Wow.
And he called me. He was crying. We were playing together. I was on Broad Street because we live on Broad Street. And I'm so sad that he didn't get to watch this team that he loves win. But, oh, my God, what a feeling to be connected across the pond.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Katie, is he going to make it back for parade?
I don't want to talk about it. He might. We're not sure yet. He has an open-ended ticket while they settle the estate. But we're hoping. We're really hoping.
Listen, unless a castle is involved, just give it up and get back here.
I know, right? That's what he's already dead.
Yeah, right.
It's basically, he is. I not that I didn't love the Eagles beforehand, but he's the reason I love them as deeply as I do now because I did this with him. And so it just didn't feel right not having him here. And I just kept reassuring him, like, hey, they're going to do it again next year.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think you're speaking the truth because every prognosticator looked at this team, a relatively, in many ways, young team, and said this is the beginning of that dynasty. So I think the odds are in your favor with that, Katie.
Yeah, we're really hoping that he's back here. And honestly, if there's one I don't want to say if there's one person that deserves a seat, it's a British guy who's been here for 5 years. But in my opinion, if there's one person that deserves to watch the city win, it's my husband, and I'm really sad he didn't get to do it with all of us. But
Well, you have a magical memory. You guys were hooked up with something. You can't everything can't go perfectly, but you'll take the win and wish him well on our behalf.
Oh, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Y'all are the best. I've been listening to you since Y100 days, and I really value getting to spend my mornings with you and podcasting with you. And I know if you can hear that in the background, that's the leaf blowers right now.
All right, Katie. Thank you for coming on the show this morning. We appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks so much, guys. Go Birds. Have a good one.
Go Birds. All right, we'll get a couple more calls and we'll have to take a break. Heather is now checking in. Heather, good morning. Hi, Heather. You are on the air. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Hey,
Good
what's
morning.
up?
I'm here.
Excellent. What's up, Heather?
I just wanted to tell you, my youngest son is playing basketball over in North Macedonia, which is above Greece.
Wow.
And he couldn't pirate the game to get it, so we had a little cell phone lying on the table watching the TV, and he watched the whole game with us and went to bed at, 4:30 in the morning.
What's your phone bill going to be like?
Awesome. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
All right, thanks, Heather. Appreciate it. That's a great story. Gregory has a thank you to Casey. Hi, Gregory. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it is. So, Casey, the last time we won the Super Bowl, I decided to leave the Christmas lights out, and I unscrewed all the bulbs and switched them for green. I have like the very, very, very ancient Christmas lights. They're not LED. They're not efficient, but who cares? So
That's a lot of work.
Casey, I've been doing that all these years since we won the last time. I've been doing the same thing when we make the playoffs. I unscrew the multicolored light, switch them to green, and I knew it would work again eventually, and it did. And I channeled you in my thoughts.
Yes.
Every time.
By the way, I just have to say, because I have, and in case he has them as well, Delco trim lights. My Delco trim lights have been green.
Yeah.
And everyone in the neighborhood has been thrilled and giving me accolades and applause for. And I said, all I do is I just push a button on my phone, but it looks great, and it's people have just been loving it. So if you don't want to have to go through all that, Delco trim lights.
Thanks.
Well, that would make the most sense for something that convenient, but I think I'm going to do a little bit of work for my Eagles. I'm going to go out, unscrew all of them, and it works. So I'm going to have to keep doing that.
I got you. We appreciate your commitment.
Thanks, Gregory. Appreciate it.
I just turned my lights off. You have an app on my phone. I literally turned them on before the playoffs started, and I never turned them off for the last month. So I'm turning them off right now.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to get two more calls. I'm going to get Gloria on first. Hi, Gloria. Good morning.
And they got that touchdown, yeah.
Hey, Gloria. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi. Gloria, it says you're calling us from Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah. Remember a long time ago, my sister, Allie, made a short about me. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us about the game last night?
So during I think it was the beginning of the third quarter, my husband walked away, and I was watching Jalen Hurts make that nice, long Hail Mary pass, and I was leaning to the left of my couch, and so much that I fell off.
Was anything broken? Did you hurt yourself?
No.
Just your pride.
Yeah.
I think it was a graceful fall, but I was like leaning so much because, I was like, Hurts, make it.
Yeah. You're on the edge of your seat.
I know. I was on the edge of my seat. My husband and I were thrilled, and he's a huge Eagles fan as well. So
yeah, no. Are you a transplant? Are you? How did you come by your Eagles fandom?
I am. Well, I count my Eagles fandom as a backup Eagles fandom. I am truly a diehard Steelers fan.
Right.
But I have family and friends who are Eagles fans, and my husband is Eagles fan as well. He lived in Wisconsin his whole life. So,
all right,
he's been a fan since
I think
2017.
All right, that passes muster. Okay.
Thank you, Gloria. Appreciate it.
I just want to note that there was nothing Hail Mary about that pass. He dropped an absolute dime to Devontae Smith. Hail Mary just sort of indicates that you're just kind of throwing it up and hope somebody comes down with it. There was no doubt in his mind where that ball was going.
Yeah.
Man. All right, let me go to. So Joelle's been on hold for like a half hour. I want to go to her. She wants to go back to commercials for a second. Joelle, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh my God! Hi guys.
Hey, what's up, Joelle?
Hi. Just real quick, shout out to YouTube. But
YouTube.
So excited. I was so excited to see a Muppets commercial.
I didn't see the Muppets
I felt
commercial.
like Casey, like when he was crying seeing the chickens.
Oh my God! Right?
I felt like.
Okay. Wait, what was the Muppet commercial for?
It was for Booking.com.
There were a couple of those
I
last
didn't see
night.
it.
Yeah. I only saw a still of it.
Excited, like, I don't think I'm going to get a Muppets movie anytime soon, so I'll take them in any capacity.
Yeah.
It says on the screener here that you were freaked out by the Seal commercial as well.
Yeah, it reminded me of the movie Tusk, which I've seen that once, and it has stuck with me forever.
The Kevin Smith movie, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
crazy.
disturbing. Yeah, it actually did look a little bit like that. It was disturbing for a lot of people, but it was funny.
Yeah. All right, Joelle, glad you're happy this morning. Thanks for calling in. We appreciate it.
Go Birds!
Go Birds! All right, one last one. I know I said I was going to do two more, but this one looks pretty good. I'm going to go to John. Hi, John. You're on the air, my man.
Yes. Are you talking to John Smith?
Yeah,
Yes.
John Smith.
Oh, okay, good.
Good morning.
That's me, John Smith. So I have to tell you this, guys.
That's me, John Smith.
You guys, that's who I am, John Smith. But I wanted to tell you, you guys are really the best. I was sorting out my story, and the guy that picked up the phone, there's a little bit of downside, and he goes, "Is everything okay now?" And I said, "Yeah." And you guys are like the pen medicine of radio. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you, John. So you're talking about Sam. Sam is doing our phone screening, but why did he check and see if you were okay?
He's great. He's like, I told him this. He goes, "Well, how's everything now?" And I was like,
What did you tell him? You need to tell us, John, because we don't know what you're talking about.
So here.
Oh, we're losing him now.
We're losing John
What
Smith.
happened?
All right, John. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
We can hear you.
Hold on. I'm coming back in the range. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
He's on a rotary phone.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. So anyway, yesterday morning there was a little bit of a misconfusion between my wife and I. We're under a lot of stress, and she literally, for the first time ever in 10 years, she took all my clothes and threw them over the railing onto the foyer in front of the front door, and it was like a vehicle of clothing sitting there.
Okay.
Then she took them and threw them out on the porch, basically saying, "F you, you're out of here. I'm tired of putting up with your BS." It's not the first time I've heard it. But anyway, last night I stayed. We watched the Eagles. Her friends were over. I was trying to explain, first down, second down, third down, fourth down, etc.
Sure.
And we bonded somehow. I don't know how it happened. Maybe had a drink or two. And last night, after the game, we went upstairs and we made crazy, you know what?
Love.
Yeah. And I want to credit every player on the Eagles team for that. I credit you guys.
John, if you can, if you took any pictures, I think the Eagles would appreciate you sending them.
Can you believe that happened, though? Like, can you believe it?
Yes, but my question would be, I would hate to think that.
Didn't happen. I actually had to sleep in the garage last night, but we did watch the game together.
John Smith.
I got you.
Thank you for your call.
John Smith,
sir.
be better. Be better. Don't get your clothes thrown at it.
Yeah.
You got to be a better. I mean, I don't know what the situation is, but don't get her worked up that way. Maybe you will be making sweet monkey love.
That was John Smith.
Yes.
That was his name.
Wow.
Just want everybody to be clear on that.
That's a new one.
I thought there was a happy ending there, but apparently not. All right, well,
I didn't know what was going on.
happy for everybody else as we are once again world champions here in the city of Philadelphia. It's a beautiful thing. And so much so, we would like to spread the love. I know we have other people on hold, but we're going to have to let you go for now because I want to give away a Steven Singer jeweler I have an Emerald City Gold Rose.
Yes.
That can go in. Caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. The Emerald City Roses are dipped in rose gold and last a lifetime with a portion of the proceeds benefiting the Eagles Autism Foundation. You can get one for your love today with free shipping in time for Valentine's Day at IHateStevenSinger.com. But call number 12, you get it for free. So call right now. 215-263-WMMR is the number. And we are going to take another quick break. We will come back in just a moment, and we'll see what else is going on. So make sure you stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve on 90.
All right, man.
Steve, were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after. I mean,
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you,
if
man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
Forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I guess wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But, like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The
why
little,
Because of the
the
texture.
little treats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the texture. Like Steve said,
But if
you're
you-
constantly searching for something. So, like, yeah, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Right
like,
now,
It's
that's
like-
because I can't taste anything.
Can't
Like
you-
zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find
know?
something that like is
Will approximate it?
that
the
approximates the texture and that is not
Putty?
loaded
Yeah, you
with
could. Case, you could.
yeah.
All
Those
right.
are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we
Let's hear
need to
it.
do this after the contest.
All right, we'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own
I
headphones.
had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, these bad headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And, oh, yeah, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And, Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting the because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it
Scuba
afterwards if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay.
Password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand
Okay.
me, I can sip it without
Nah.
smelling, and
All right.
because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll put it in your hand. Okay,
and I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to
think.
smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water. She's
It's.
not
I want to
wrong.
say like I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay, and what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
Guys, I have to touch a boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever want to see Marissa feel like Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There we go.
Oh, my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Smell Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need a sip of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's see. We're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's where we're going.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm going to say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called? The chocolate that you put on ice cream. Like a
Hershey's,
like a chocolate syrup.
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you. One of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get
it. But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow. So a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe. So sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar, maybe.
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing:
it doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way
So,
it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate sauce.
The FUD.
What about, I think she was going to say fudge.
Like
FUD.
So that I can smell. I can smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. That's chocolate sauce.
Sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's what you would put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing. Well, and not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You don't.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God!
Dude.
Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try it that
yeah.
way?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But smelling it?
No smell.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of water.
Different water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Yep. Well, you might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that I can, the sweet stuff I
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a
sweet.
little bit.
You're
More
rocking
so
sweet than anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in that says sweet is the last taste to be lost even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging.
That's why old people love pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Wow. Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
Oh,
so
so-
good for you.
So-
see, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
chocolate
yeah.
and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston, you're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should
Listen,
set up an institute.
if you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find one or two things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
you know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go
yeah.
away. So this is something you'll have to test with.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Here's
so
the
eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes, or are you just
I'm
perplexed
not like a
by
huge fan. I think it's might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
it? Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth's.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's
Butterworth.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right, good.
She's
spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wait, look.
So we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So that Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question. That reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. So, on a day like today, we let you take over. You call in and tell us what you want to tell us about last night, what it means, what you did, what happened, anything you want to talk about. 215-263 WMMR, and you just never know who's going to call in. We have a friend who we haven't had a chance to talk to in a while. He's on our Xfinity mobile guest line. Ladies and gentlemen, Frank Caliendo. Hey, Frank.
Let me tell you guys, I honestly, and I'm not lying about this, although I would, you guys are the first people I thought about as the Eagles started to destroy the Chiefs.
Really?
I mean, it's funny how you have friends, and because like we are work friends,
yeah,
but we're also friends, and this to me is it's amazing because I texted Nick this morning. I don't know why I didn't text last night. Maybe it was just late and figured you guys were all drunk, but it was. I almost went Stephen A. Smith. What a tremendous situation going on right here. I understand what's happening there in Philadelphia. So many fortifications. Understand it. I just make up words with Stephen A. Smith. Fortifications. Trying to understand what that could be. But this, to bring an NFL championship, the Lombardi Trophy to the Philadelphia Eagles in the city of Philadelphia. There's nothing better than that.
Yeah. Where were you, Frank? What were you doing?
I was just at my house. Downloading the app so I could listen to you guys this morning.
No, we honestly, there's very little that pertains to football that doesn't have me at some point thinking of Frank Caliendo because you are interwoven with it so much. Our perception is that you're the kind of guy who would beeline to the location city for the Super Bowl if you could, but that's really not your thing.
No, I mean, I've been there a bunch, and it's just it's busy. I'd like to just watch with my family, to be honest with you. Just at my, I am kind of just Shrek. I like to just be in my house and not leave. Donkey, So,
Frank, I'm the same exact way, man. Like, I could have gone to a million places last night, but I went to my brother's, and I was actually relieved because I thought like his in-laws and everybody were going to be there, and it just turned out it was just. My brother, my sister, and our kids, and it was perfect. Like, you could listen to the game.
I mean, I've been to quite a few Super Bowls. I've been there with Fox and stuff like. So I've been behind the scenes before. It's a lot of chaos, and I would go to Radio Row down there where media, the media center, and do a bunch of stuff and plug every date I had coming up. I'm 51 now, guys.
You're a kid.
It's a little, yeah. I do call-ins now the next morning. That's what I do.
I was thinking about you actually last night because and whenever Morgan Freeman pops up, there's not many seconds after him, I think of Frank Caliendo, and it's weird because he was in a couple of spots, and they had, I guess his head is shaved now, and they had him from behind, and I'm like. Morgan Freeman, you got to see him dead on. And I don't know, have you seen him recently, Frank? He looks un-Morgan Freeman-ish.
Well, truth of the matter is I'm 5,000 years old. 5,077. I've been around since before the Earth started rotating. But that's why you need to go to homes.com. I would love to have seen him do that, homes.com. And then the next commercial, Jeff Goldblum, apartments.com. Yes, of course. Why? Because homes.com was right before us. But how about me? Yes. Whose turn is it? I don't know. Ooh, look at this. I'm going to need a rental outside of Philadelphia for a party. And that's when they realized this game was over. They might have spent $8 million while quite a few less people were watching.
You know what's great, Frank, is that you don't have to go to Radio Row anymore to promote gigs because we can do it for you. May 18th, 2025, Frank Caliendo at Helium Comedy Club on a Sunday show.
Wow. Nice.
Special event, which is pretty cool. So it'll be nice to have you back in town.
You know what's crazy is I texted Nick this morning, and this sounds like a setup for me to plug myself, which I'm not above. I would do.
Yes.
But I didn't even know if those tickets were on sale or anything. I really did just want to call in for you guys.
Well,
I'm excited for you guys, and I only know like 7 other people in all of Philadelphia, but you guys, it's something else you guys got to be elated, and it sounds like your listeners are this morning too.
It is something, and it comes down to what really happens. And you've been a sports fan long enough to know this. And again, I have my passing things. I probably think of all the major sports. I probably am more hockey, I would say, but anything that affects the general vibe of the city that reminds them of family members and moments and people carrying sort of mementos of people who have passed and so on and so forth. It's so firmly entrenched in the lore and legend of the city and the Eagles specifically that to see this and to see this joy is just amazing.
Yeah, and I don't know why I have. Sometimes you get these mental pictures for a weird reason. Does Paul Giamatti have anything to do with Philadelphia? Because it sounds like it.
Paul Giamatti, no.
Well, yes, because
John Adams.
John Adams,
one of the founding fathers.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure that out, and I just had Paul Giamatti in my head going, I believe this is one of the greatest things for the city of Philadelphia since, well, I did a movie about it.
Yes. No, did you see, by the way, we were talking earlier, there seemed to be a greater influx of really notable celebrities for the game last night.
Paul McCartney was there.
Paul McCartney, yeah. And who else was? Well, Adam Sandler. In fact, Preston pointed out that they made notation of Adam Sandler and Paul Rudd and totally glossed over Paul McCartney sitting run roll back. Yeah.
Hey, did you notice the guy from Wings is next to me? I think he's done a couple things. By the way, Happy Gilmore 2 coming out pretty soon. We're going to get, I'm getting paid $2 gazillion for that one. How much time would John, these all sound like setups, but it's true. How much time would John Madden have spent on that? I mean, you got Paul McCartney right there. I mean, he's a Beatle. And over there you got Paul Rudd, but then boom. I mean you got Adam Sandler. I mean, look at it. I mean, you ever see Little Nicky, Pat? I mean, that was a good one.
It's funny though. You're right.
Yeah.
Because there were, for example, last night, and I picked a few of them out. There were a couple commercials where they had social media influencers who I've become aware of now, but as I try to take a dive into this realm and find out who's prominent and who's not. But yeah, like Madden would make reference to the celebrities he's familiar with, but there's a lot of people now there's so many quote unquote celebrities and influencers, it's hard to keep track of them.
Yeah, I mean, right over there. I think I don't know who were the celebrity, because I was going, hey, there's Mr. Beast. You ever see Mr. Beast? I mean, I don't know what he does, but he's doing a lot of
it. Frank, obviously, you hit these on the head, and you pay quite close attention to what the sportscasters do and how they do it. What do you think of Tom Brady and how he's doing and how he performed last night?
Well, I said this is a serious. It's a hard job. You can tell a critique is coming up because I'm giving positive notes first. It's a hard job. I've tried to do it before, and you really have to know, what you know. I would love for Tom Brady to give a little bit of insight about what he thinks might happen.
Yes,
as opposed to always telling us what just happened. We saw what happened. You have crazy insight or a story into that. Let us. You don't have to go Tony Romo. Oh, Jim, look what's going to happen here. They're going to run a little Spider 3 Y banana. John Gooden's going to be here. We go, Jim Tony. So if you don't have to predict the play, but just say this looks like this might happen. And even if it doesn't, you can see that they're faking it. Oh, they faked it. They got me. That's what Tom. I'd like to see some of that or hear some of that. It's. I mean, he's a rookie at this. Who knows if he'll even stay on because he's going to be involved with the Raiders. So, I don't know.
It's a good point.
I know it's a left field shot, but I think Mark Ruffalo would probably be a good play-by-play guy. Yeah.
I think that would be really, really great. Look what's going to happen here. Jalen Hurts is going to Hulk out. All right. Green.
By the way, for those who don't follow Frank Caliendo on social media, it is every single one of these posts is fantastic. And I love your tutorials that you do and how you create these voices.
Yes.
It's so cool that most people don't open up their box of tricks and show you how these things work. And it's really cool that you do that, Frank. You've been doing that for a while, and I still love it.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's funny. I've talked to Dana Carvey about this, too. So many people take your impression that you do, and and once you unlock it for somebody, people see it. So I just started giving them the blueprints, kind of a thing.
Well, I give myself some points because I actually will break down how you're doing it without consulting you and rob you that way.
Well, Carvey, back in the 80s and 90s, Dana Carvey was doing impressions where you go, not gonna die, with George H.W. Bush.
Right.
And everybody's doing a Bush impression going, not gonna die. Well, that was Dana Carvey doing. He made that up. George H.W. Bush never even really did it.
Right.
So those are the types of things where you could tell somebody's taken something from you. And it stinks, but that's just what it is. It's funny. People have told me that I was taking an impression from them. I'm like, what impression? They're like, John Madden. I'm like, no, I'm that guy. I'm the guy who started that one.
Well, you know what you could do? You could put sort of verbal watermarks on your impressions and know who's ripping you off if you attribute a phrase or something like to Matt. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, I've done that. Oh, yeah. That's definitely. I had somebody go up before me one time in Orlando. This is 20 years ago or something like that. And he thought I was Daryl Hammond. He got us confused. So he went up and he was doing Frank Caliendo's act in front of Daryl Hammond. He's going, here's a guy, with John Madden. I'm like, dude, that's me. First of all, you didn't know who I was, which is fine. I don't really care. But then to do my act before I went up in a guest set, in the words of Charles Barkley, that's just terrible. Really, really bad. And I feel really great for the city of Philadelphia. I live there 3 days a year, and I really feel great about it. And I'm on my way back to Atlanta. But Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, best last name in football, does a really great job. And I do want to say this on a semi-serious note. Saquon Barkley, I believe, and different people are probably saying this, is the key, because as good as the rest of the team is, the defense, just everybody's doing a tremendous job. I almost want to jump on this. Incredible job. You're doing the best job. A lot of people are saying that the Eagles are going to win, and it's the American Eagles. They're American Eagles, and they're going to win for the next 10 years. Forget the three-peat. This is going to be an Eagles-peat. It's going to be that big. So Saquon Barkley, the whole defense of the Chiefs was planned around stopping Saquon Barkley. So Jalen Hurts had to step up because they were keyed in on Barkley. He still got 100 yards, somewhere around there. And Jalen Hurts had to come through. The passes, the throws, and the catches, they're unbelievable. Just fantastic.
Yeah, you know who else who loves Saquon is Al Pacino. I heard he's a big fan.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, that's a great one, Nick. Thank you. Looking for segues into voices. We got them right there. You want to say, you know who else is? Seth Rogen. Oh, I thought it was pretty good. Hey, Fly Eagles Fly means something completely different to me. I don't know.
Oh, my God. All right, well, listen, Frank, this has been a great surprise. We appreciate you checking in. Marisa is actually on Bourbon Street right now, so we're going to go to her via Zoom and see how things are going this morning. But we're just honored that you thought of us this morning and gave us a call. We appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, hey, and when I do that Helium, that's a Sunday show, so maybe I'll call in 6 times before that. But,
yeah, perfect.
You're more than welcome to.
I would love to come in the morning after the show, possibly, and just hang out, even though I'm not selling tickets.
Love it.
Yeah,
we would love that.
You're one of our favorites, of course.
And you are my favorite.
There we go. I said one.
I know you said one, but I wanted to one-up you. I knew that I love you more than the same thing I do with my wife. I love you more than you will ever love me.
All right, Frank. We love you. Thank you, brother. Take care. We'll see you soon. Frank Caliendo, everyone. All right, and now we are going to go live to, what should we play here, Casey?
I think we got to play this one.
We're going to Bourbon Street. She's actually walking down Bourbon Street as we speak. We're seeing video Zoom. Marisa got a flight out on Friday, and she's there. Can you hear me, Marisa?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I assume that's Bourbon Street where you are right now.
It is. I actually walked down to where the Fox broadcasters were broadcasting last night. It's literally leaving as I speak, but I'm going to turn around. And the big Fox robot is right here on Bourbon Street.
In the middle of the street. It's huge. Yeah, it looks like it's like 15
about 20
feet tall.
Feet tall.
Wow.
Yeah. Guys, this area last night was chaos.
I'm sure.
In the best kind of way, because not only was it, if you've come down to New Orleans, like it just kind of turns into Mardi Gras every night because that's what you come down here for, right? But imagine that plus hundreds of thousands of Eagles fans.
Yeah, we were commenting, Marisa, that the volume of Eagles fandom inside the stadium, the green jerseys, the reaction to all things Philadelphia was palpable, even over TV, and it was amazing. So I assume once that cleared out and descended onto Bourbon Street, so give your best guess estimate. Can you? How many people jammed Bourbon Street last night?
Well, so like I said, I mean, Bourbon Street is about a 15 to 20-minute walk from the Superdome. So everybody who was on Bourbon Street immediately were watching the game on Bourbon Street. And I feel like there was a lot more people, a lot more Chiefs fans watching the game on Bourbon Street and in this vicinity.
Where were you? Where were you, by the way, for the game?
So I went to a bar called High and Grace. It's right off of Bourbon Street, a couple blocks away.
Okay.
And I was with a crowd that was about 50-50. Couldn't really find a bar specifically that was all Eagles fans. That was close by. We wanted to be close to our friends who were at the game. And we wanted to meet up afterwards. So, like I said, afterwards, it just kind of like unleashed into the streets. Fox had this huge purple carpet through Bourbon Street, which is exactly what you don't want, carpet on Bourbon Street. And they had these platforms. Everything got taken over. It kind of felt like our own little mini Broad Street party.
Were you even able to find your friends?
Yes. So we walked to the Superdome, and everybody coming out of the Superdome was just exiting a game, you know? So we just fought through the crowd, found a corner, and found them.
Wow, almost miraculous. So your takeaway of being there, you got down and we saw the pictures of you with Helen at the Four Walls event with Rob and Caitlin. How did that happen, and what were your memories of that experience?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll start. I think my favorite moment of the whole weekend was just being in the French Quarter on Saturday morning and just seeing all the fans descending upon the French Quarter, right? That's where everybody went. If you've been to New Orleans before, you know, this might not be the place that you want to be necessarily unless you're looking for the party. But everybody just wanted to see other fans. And I want to point out, everyone was so nice. There was no chirping to each other. There was nobody being rude. Everyone was just hanging out, and you get lots of go birds back and forth, lots of people just filming video, and it was just a great energy. It was really fun. You're just seeing all of these, you know, like I said, hundreds of thousands of fans everywhere you went. I had this really weird, I'm trying to find someplace that doesn't have a street sweeper. You guys can hear that in the background.
We can't. No, we can't hear it. It's okay.
Okay, good. I have this weird thing where anytime I see somebody in an Eagles jersey, I think that I know them. Yeah. So I had to turn off that part of my brain because everybody down here was wearing some sort of NFL gear. So Saturday night, I was connecting with some friends, and our friends at Philly Sports Chips were having a party at Preservation Hall. They had snack time. They had Todd Herman, Jason Avant, John Dorenbos came by. And Helen came by with Birdbot. And then right around 10:15, our friends Rob McElhenney and Caitlin Olsen walked in, just casually, just like they were hanging out at the party. Wow. And at some point, I casually said hi to Rob, and I was like, I think I have something over here we have to take a photo with. And he turned and went, Birdbot? He knew it immediately. He's like, I got to grab Caitlin. We all got to take a photo together. And that was it. That was the moment.
That is awesome. That is awesome that he remembered, because he took a picture with Birdbot 1 at the parade. So, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I want to ask Marisa, because you definitely have FOMO more than anybody else. So, but you put yourself in the mix of a lot of fun and excitement, but you took yourself out of a different mix of fun and excitement. So, I was up past midnight watching all the celebrations in Philadelphia and New Orleans. But did you miss being in Philly last night?
You know what? I missed Broad Street. We were watching. We weren't getting the content fast enough. My friends and I. We were looking for it. And then I saw those knuckleheads carrying the light post. Yeah. And I was like, come on, guys, what are you doing? Why are you ruining this for everybody? Remember what happened to Dollar Dog Night? You can take away Broad Street too, guys. Don't do it.
Yeah, no, actually, all things considered, and I was hoping not to wake to bad news, and it really wasn't that bad. There were a couple things. I don't know if you heard earlier, we lost a box of linens that were set on fire.
Yeah, they stole a linen truck from the Lowe's Hotel and lit the sheets on fire.
So that was it. That was probably the worst. Yeah, but still, I'm gonna give the
could have been worse.
I'm gonna say a B minus C plus. Right? Not bad.
Yeah, no, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah,
a lot worse.
Yeah,
I agree. So, Marisa, how late were you hanging out there on Bourbon Street for the party? Did you make it till the wee hours?
So we left Bourbon Street, went to the Superdome, saw that, and then we came back.
Yep.
So we're an hour behind, so maybe it was like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that.
Right.
Wasn't too crazy, but like I said, it was also a different mix. It wasn't just Eagles fans out here. Yeah. It was just everybody partying. But I will say, how are you, sir? Right? Everyone's like, go Birds. Like,
go Birds, yeah.
It's full.
What'd he say?
Are you from? Do you mind going on the radio with me real quick and saying that? Yeah.
Yay.
So he said, you live here?
Yeah. I came to her for the season.
Okay.
But I also lived in North Philadelphia.
Oh, here, put that on real quick.
Okay, here we go.
All right. What's your? Oh, he's gonna put the earbud in. Hey, man, what's your name?
Kathy's favorite thing.
Say that one more time. We can't hear him, Marissa. Sorry, can't hear him at all.
All right. He says his name is Cam Cooper.
Cam Cooper. All right, nice.
How you doing?
Good, man. So, how long you been in New Orleans? So, Marissa, I think he's got the wrong earbud. I think the one you have is the one that, yeah.
Has
and then
the
put
speaker.
them them back in your ears.
Yeah, then put them in your yes.
He's got the microphone
He's holding
in his
it
hand.
in his hand. Okay. All right. So you're holding the one in your hand there that has the microphone on it. You need to put it in your ear. The other one.
Okay. We got
the other one.
He's going to hate us.
All right. It's all right. We can't hear him, Marissa. Sorry about that. It sounds all. We can't hear you at all, bud.
Man, we appreciate it.
We'd see the lips moving and everything, but
he said he had spent some time in North Philly.
Yeah, Marissa, can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. I think.
Sorry, Cam. I don't know why they weren't working.
I think only one of those has a speaker in it, and I don't know why it wasn't working. But tell him thank you. Thanks, Cam.
So what were you were saying? They were saying thank you. Can you guys hear him and he talks now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I knew that the Eagles were gonna win just by seeing how much the rain was down there. Like for real. Like it was about, I would say I would give it like a 20% to 80% type of thing. Like the fans in this game, bro. No lie.
Wow. So 80% in favor of the Eagles. Wow. That's pretty wild.
It sounded like that at the game for sure. Thanks, Cam. Appreciate it, Cam.
Thanks, Cam. Yeah, so that's why I wanted him to hop on, because he was saying he's somebody who lives down here and says that the fans showed up. We were talking to some waitresses, and they were saying, fans started showing up last weekend.
Yeah, no doubt. So what's the weather? It looks like it's been raining there, overcast?
Yeah, oh my God, wait. So the moment we took a second line from the Philly Sports Trips tailgate to the stadium, we dropped off our friends at the gate, and then it started pouring rain. Wow. So it rained for most of the game. So that's why we kind of sprinted over here to find a bar. So it was like pretty rainy and icky last night. But yesterday it was like 70 degrees and beautiful.
Wow.
Very nice. Yeah, no indication. We were watching the game. I had no idea it was a storm situation outside. We were just thrilled with the outcome.
Hey, what are your travel plans? You flying out today?
Yeah, I fly out this afternoon. And head back and be back in Philly tonight. And then they're saying parade on Friday, right?
Most likely. That seems to be the consensus. Is not 100%. There's something was posted and taken offline, but it has not been made official, but we're assuming that'll be it because of the weather, which will work out great, I think, having it on a Friday.
Hey, can you bring me home a beignet, please?
Yes, I will do that. I'm very disappointed, guys. I sprinted over to Bourbon Street hoping to find like a grenade to have during this whole thing. Nothing's open.
What?
Nothing's open.
Hey.
I thought this was Bourbon Street in 24 hours.
Yeah, me too. I thought you could get in any place. Wow. All right. And get some, they pronounce them pralines there. Pralines are fantastic from New Orleans as well. So, all right, Marissa, thank you for the heads up, and congratulations on making it there for the big party, and we'll see you for the next party here when you get home.
Go Birds.
Yeah, go Birds. There she go, Marissa.
Oh, no. Real quick, what was Casey's premonition?
34-17. So I did not have the score right at all, but I did call a 17-point victory. Eagles won by 18. So, at least, and Nick actually had a premonition as well of the Eagles winning by 17. So we were close in the spread, but not in the score.
Yeah, and I owe Kathy a bottle of the finest champagne because Taylor Swift was only on TV twice.
And I heard she got booed.
She did. She got booed on the initial introduction, or the initial video.
Well, everybody who said Birds by a million, we did it, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Go Birds.
All right, travel safe, Marissa. We will see you when you get back. She'll be in tomorrow morning with us. I got to go. The people have been on hold for the last 20 minutes or so. So let me get some calls, and then we'll move along. We'll get to the bizarre file in a second. I'm going to go to Morgan, who's been on hold for a while. Morgan, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, what's up?
Hi. I was just calling in to tell you guys that we reopened at my rally house, and we sold out of stuff within the hour.
Wow. Oh my gosh. What time did you open?
We reopened when the clock struck 0 and we put all the stuff out.
So so what time are we talking? Midnight or what are we talking?
No,
Military.
so 5 minutes right after the clock strikes 0 in the game.
Oh, I see.
So,
And wow.
Oh, that's right, because they have
I thought they
the
go back to the
merchandise
beginning of time.
no matter who wins. That's right.
Wow. That's pretty wild. Yeah, which raises
a lot of drunk people.
Yeah. So which raises the question, we talk about it every time we have one of these situations. What happens to all the Kansas City swag that has them as winners? Are they heading to
Africa?
Countries in Africa now? Yeah.
I don't know, but I know they go back. They go back somewhere.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way, Morgan. We appreciate it. Yeah, Steve, a lot of times they will end up in more impoverished countries and communities. They're definitely out of the United States. They don't want them here.
Could you imagine what a skewed view of Super Bowl history they have?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, but I have a shirt. It says it right there. I'm going to go to Lisa, has a comment. Lisa, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what, Lisa?
Hey, so I lost my mom last April. She's a big Phillies fan, big Eagles fan, and I can't remember what the commercial was, but they were playing John Denver on this commercial, and she was a big John Denver fan, and I was like, are you kidding me right now? And then we got back into the stands, and they were singing the original, the actual John Denver Country Road song, and then Cooper DeJean made that pick six, and I was like, that's mom, and I just completely lost it.
I could see where that would be. That was a really wonderful moment to hear. The stadium everyone was kind of singing in unison. That was I think it was for a realtor. The commercial.
I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even remember. I just heard John Denver, and I was like, that is a huge sign, and we're gonna win this thing.
Wow, Lisa, I'm glad you brought that up. My aunt passed away last year. Her name was Nancy. She was a West Virginian through and through. It was her favorite song of all time, and she loved Saquon Barkley, and because she was a big Penn State fan too, and she would have been thrilled to see him in Eagles green, and so I was thinking about her, and you were thinking about your family. That's really sweet and really touching.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry to hear about that, Nick. But, yeah, it was just an incredible night. We were at my friend's house, and we set up, a whole shrine. I had, my mom's Darren Sproles jersey that I had gotten her. There was, an Eagles hat that I think she had saved for me. We had, one of my husband, his husband, or my husband, sorry. My husband's, his family dog died, and we had, his paw print. We had, we had sage going. We had incense going. We had the whole thing.
No, that's been a theme throughout the whole morning, is that you honor the memories of people that you enjoyed these moments vis-a-vis the Eagles and any sports like this throughout time, and it means a lot to everyone. So it's wonderful that you have that memory.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, guys. And it's so great to talk to you guys. My mom worked with me at one point. We used to listen to Preston and Steve on the drive up to work all the time, and she loved you guys so much. So,
Lisa, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you.
Go
Birds. All right, let's get Dallas on the line. Hey, Dallas, morning.
Yep, Dallas from Oklahoma.
What's up?
Did you fight Kid Phoenix?
Dallas.
I got a buddy that lives in Maryland, and he's listened to y'all for 20 years and told me about your station.
Okay.
And he told me to tell you, thanks for calling, by the way.
You got it.
Last night, he's a diehard Giants fan, and I'm a diehard Dallas fan, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But last night, we were a united front because I like Jalen Hurts, and he likes Saquon Barkley, of course, and nobody likes Kelsey Swift. So we were a complete united front last night. We were rooting all the way. But sad to say, today is a new day, and we are Shawn Michaels, and the Eagles are Marty Jannetty.
Yeah,
okay.
We hate you too.
All right. Yeah. No, but that's the way it's meant to be. But you know how to play it.
We
But
appreciate
respect
the
that.
sport for a moment.
It's funny because my dad, passed away, recently, and he was a Cowboys fan. But whenever it was the Eagles, he immediately switched because of me
Your
living
connection.
in Philadelphia.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Hey, Dallas, thanks for checking in, man. We appreciate it, brother.
Also, I want to say my favorite commercial was the little kid boxing one with the cancer.
That was good.
was great. Yeah.
That was a really
Heart
good
tugger.
one.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, brother. We'll see you.
Thanks, bud.
All right. 2 more quick calls, and we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Timmy, who is up next. Hi, Timmy. Good morning.
Ready?
Okay.
Thank you.
I missed that.
I got
What?
half of it in.
All right, Timmy. What do you want to tell us?
I thought the girl who called in with the chair was going to say that, but she didn't. So I just wanted to share that February 9th of 2023, I was pretty much a resident of like Kensington, and I'm getting off of Ben Salem bus, and I get picked up for jaywalking. I truly feel it's because the Eagles were going to the Super Bowl. They were trying to clean the riffraff off the streets. And it started my journey to recovery.
Oh. So because of that, you're on the road to sobriety.
Yes, this is true. I'm actually Timmy, who I work at BJ's in Oxford Valley. And I ride a Phantom A10 scooter that I won at the Christmas Miracle.
Oh, nice!
I work every morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
listen, because of it, like I say, as long as I stay sober and I stay out of jail on February 9th, I think the Eagles are going to win.
All right. There we go. There is motivation for you, Timmy.
Listen, can I really quick just shout out a bunch of guys like Chad, who went to the Who's Luau. I met him in sobriety, and a whole bunch of other good guys that are huge fans of you guys.
Listen, it's a tough road to be on. My brother, everyone knows somebody who's dealing with some sort of hopefully recovery at some level, and sadly people are in addiction. But the truth of the matter is, it's a lot of work. We give you all the credit in the world, and here's to a long run on this side of the of that situation. So good luck to you, man.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. God bless.
Take care, Timmy. We'll see you. All right, one more quick call, then we got to take a quick break. We'll go to Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Morning to you.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Nicole?
Just calling today to talk about my luck charm for the Eagles. My daughter. In 2018, she was born January 28th, 2018. She was born a week later. We won the Super Bowl. And this year she turned the lucky number 7. And we win again.
There you go.
Nice.
All right. So just keep that going. Try to, and you know how they'll lock the veals up like in a box, so they, make sure that you keep her a prisoner, and then that'll ensure victory.
Or just make 8 your new lucky number, and then next year, the year after 9, and so on. You can change these things.
I guess that makes sense too, rather than treat her like a veal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think she would appreciate that.
All right.
CPS might not appreciate that either.
All right. Well, awesome.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Congratulations. Congratulations, everybody. Champions, of course. So this is a wonderful, wonderful day. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a second. We got some bizarre file stories to share. We'll get to those when we return.
Lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've
right?
never, well, we have met many times,
All right.
many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the sour part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Ah.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff was...
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what I'm
a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's... Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to
just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. What? I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. And she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a heartbeat.
Cinnamon.
Oh,
it's just straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah. Nothing. Even after you know, you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. And we're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sipperoonie and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I
She's
get.
saying
It
alcohol.
doesn't taste anything, but I feel like maybe is
Like vodka?
like a vodka
Yeah.
or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or
Yeah, like a little bit, a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka. She can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that because as you, outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no, what's funny is, because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house and, he knows what I like to drink and he didn't have it. And I go, what is this? He goes, it doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine.
Thunderbird.
Thunderbird. When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give him the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
James Mason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something for this.
11!
Let's see.
There's a reaction.
Got a real
scowl. She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You're talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if
Okay.
So I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell
it. Smell it.
You can smell it. You can smell it. Do you smell something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys.
no,
usually,
I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one I'm kind of only half giving to her because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right. A big scowl on this one. We don't. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Take a smell. Take a
All right.
sniff. You don't know. You can't taste it.
Vinegar.
Okay.
Wow.
Any? But it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Yeah, the kind that smells like feet.
Okay. It is apple cider vinegar.
It'll cure everything.
There's a shot of that every day, right?
That's what they say.
I should get my taste back after that.
Yes. Right. All right, we have 3 more. This is mystery taste number 13. And let's see how you do on this one.
My stomach's going to be great after this.
I know, right? Fortunately, you're just taking little baby sips, so.
You're going to be farting clouds.
All right.
Spending, get a reaction.
Spending some time with this one.
Okay. Not as much as a scowl from the Worcestershire. All right, so she's feeling it.
There's like something in it, some peppers or something.
Would you say Thunderbird?
It was like there was substance to it. There's particles in there.
Particles.
I don't know what it is, but it's making my mouth burn a little bit. It has a little kick to it.
Burn a little bit. All right, so, but you don't know.
Can I smell it?
Sure.
Can I?
What do you think? What do you think, Kat?
Can
I don't know. I want to say like
good.
Pickled something again.
Pickled something.
It's hot sauce.
Straight up hot sauce.
Yeah, it's
What's the
Mr.
title of it?
Mr. Deck's hot sauce.
This is I'm the marketing director of this company.
Yeah, the name this particular flavor is called Butt Blaster.
Oh, really?
They're out of,
Seriously?
they're out of Newport Beach, California.
I like that.
So it's very, it's like a very hot.
Yeah.
Who brought that?
I did. I'm seriously the marketing director of this company.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought it in.
Did you come up with the name Butt Blaster?
It was a collaborative effort, so yes.
Who's Mr. Dex?
A college friend, and this is a side project. And this is as far as I've gotten as marketing director.
How do you like
You're
the
amazing.
taste?
I love it. I put it on.
Do you put that S on
but I put it on pizza. I put it on eggs.
By the way, this particular heat rating is 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not that hot.
So not crazy
All right.
hot, but enough to give you some sensation.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
2 more. Here's this is another solid. I didn't know we had another solid. This is the only other solid in our list. So do the tongue thing. Stick your tongue in.
Yeah, stick it
Do
in
that
there.
tongue thing.
Stick it in there. Okay. Love it. Stick it down in there.
Come on, man.
She's like an inquisitive look.
This, I get absolutely nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing from
Okay,
this.
so that's a nothing, and you should be able to taste it, smell it, and see if you can come up with something there.
Nothing, huh?
Like a, I don't know, maybe there's pepper in it? No, because I didn't feel that on my tongue at all.
No. It's garlic powder.
Oh.
Garlic
You would
powder.
absolutely know,
I'll give you a
right?
piece of gum later.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we have one final taste in our test for you, and let's see how you do with this one.
This one,
Yes.
I also get absolutely nothing. Like it could be water to me.
Okay.
Like it could, that's the consistency.
All right. Take a little bit more. This is the last one. Finish it all off.
Put your tongue in it.
Go ahead.
No, is it going to make my stomach hurt?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
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 I get absolutely nothing.
Take a sniff and see if you can tell from that.
Not really. I want to say, is it another alcohol?
Sauvignon Blanc.
Your favorite brand as well. It's Nobilo.
Oh,
wow.
I
you
get
poor
nothing.
thing.
Nothing.
That's a shame.
Oh, man.
So, Kat, let me ask you then.
Give me
So,
that bottle.
Wait, are we done? Can I take the...
Yeah, that's it.
People will often describe water as not having a taste, but it does have a tast. And so...
Kathy can tell those taste
And
differences.
you can tell those taste differences. So water, for you, like, legit has no taste.
What?
He's saying that a lot of people describe water as having no taste.
Right.
You were able, I think I am as well, slightly able to discern between tap and bottled water.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it
so
has
you
a
can,
taste.
but
right now,
Oh, yeah.
it has zero taste.
Yeah, probably not. I can't believe I couldn't taste the Nobilo.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That's
So
crazy.
to review, she got correct and guessed correct and wasn't definitive though, but said, well, is it chocolate syrup? So you kind of knew what it was, but you really didn't say, oh, that's it.
No, none of them I knew 100%.
Yeah, all of these were semi. So chocolate syrup, vinegar, apple juice, so the sweets you could get. And one that I think you got the best was pickle juice.
Yeah, that
And
was...
so
yes.
maybe if
Have
you
some
really
pickles.
want to taste something
Put pickles on it.
flavor-wise, you could have pickles.
Yeah.
And the other one was vodka. Or I put in alcohol because you didn't quite get the vodka right. So out of 15, you were able to identify really 4, and that's it.
Marisa, was the I'll just say it, the honey was that usable? By the way, I just grabbed these things out of the...
Oh, you know what? I just stopped at 15. We brought so
No
many
problem.
things, so.
It
You wanna
has...
see if you can smell it.
The
Kathy?
honey has a taste to it.
Is that like spice
There's
habanero or
there's
something?
another taste, and I'd be curious if she'd be able to taste... Don't show her the label if you can avoid
Oh,
it.
what? Like it's
It's
flavored honey.
certain
It's got
honey?
another fruit in it,
Oh,
and I'd
right,
be
okay.
curious if with the sweet stuff you could do it. All right.
I won't look. I guess I can.
You can look at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Rub it on your sweater.
Stick your tongue in it. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get it?
No.
Nothing?
Can you taste the sweet of the honey?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can taste the sweet of the honey.
Nothing else.
No.
Because it's blueberry honey.
Blueberry honey. Okay.
No, and I'm having even the smell with this one is a little tough.
All right. Wow. Well, that sucks, man. Hopefully this is going to be quick.
Just
acting
400
and-
days.
And yeah.
I know that poor guy.
I know.
I
400
really
days.
hope it doesn't.
He said he was rage eating. Just eating out of anger. Even though he can't taste it, he's still going to eat something that he knows his body likes.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not. I mean, I'm still eating meals because yes, you still get hungry,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm not really snacking because what's the point? Like, I don't feel like anything because I know I'm not going to be able to taste it.
Yeah, a lot of times snacking is just you want some flavor.
What about
You
so
know?
hot drinks or things like that, like coffee? Nothing.
Not really. I mean, I know
people have
it's
said coffee is a big inciter.
well, and you know what, Steve? When it first happened, I was not leaving the house, obviously,
Right.
so I wasn't going to get my coffee. I could make it
Yeah.
at the house, but I was kind of skipping it because
Right.
I couldn't taste it, and I was getting the headache.
Do you think
And
you'll
I'm
try?
like, oh my god, wait, that's like the caffeine headache. You need it.
Do you think you're going to try that orange thing?
Listen, I'll try anything. Let's.
Might as well, right? I mean,
Try
if it
it.
doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And if for some reason it does, then you're good to go. Okay. All right, this has been the Kathy Romano Taste Test. And, young children can learn new things faster than you can.
Yeah.
Brown University researchers found children of elementary school age can learn more items within a given period of time than adults. They say this is due to differences in a brain messenger known as GABA. GABA.
Is that okay?
Yo
Gabba
Gabba?
Gab. I mean, Is Yo Gabba Gabba just nonsense, or does that have something to do with what you're
like
talking
Radio
about?
Gaga?
It may have something behind it, Case, which this stabilizes newly learned material. GABA does. Specifically, children were found to have a rapid boost of GABA during visual training that lasts until after training ends.
I think this is just an attempt to get people to say GABA.
Gabba Gabba, what does he
I've
say?
got a great idea. We'll pretend that we have the results of a study, and the thing we'll refer to as GABA to go along with it.
In adults,
this replaces last week's study that involved butt munch. There were no takers on that, but I think GABA we can get in there.
You remember when you were a kid, like butt munch would have been would have been a suitable insult?
Yeah. Hey, butt munch.
Shut up, butt munch.
You're disturbing my research on GABA.
In adults,
Gabba Gabba cool, man. That's what he says, right?
Zappa Zappa cool.
Oh,
Zappa Zappa cool.
That's right.
Philadelphia has more than 300 historical markers spread throughout the city, each recognizing a significant person, a place, or an event that shaped Philadelphia's deployment. We were just talking about this.
I love to read them.
I do too. Casey does not like to read them because
It's not that I don't like. I'm just not interested.
I got you.
It'll be a waste of my time because I will forget everything 3 steps after I walk away.
By the way, the new markers were selected from 91 applications, bringing the state's total number of markers to more than 2,500 since the program started in 1946. You want to hear who some of them are?
Yes, please.
All right, these are the ones that are going to be in Philadelphia. John G. Johnson will be celebrated.
But your cousin has to call me Jimmy.
Johnson earned his nickname America's Best Lawyer. Practicing from 1862 to 1884. Among his clients were U.S. Steel, Standard Oil, DuPont, J.P. Morgan, and other corporations. So he had the big
Sorry,
clients.
Alaska.
Yeah.
You're not a state yet.
He has a kick-ass mustache, too, by the way.
Absolutely.
Johnson's personal
ladies loved him.
Art collection was, you know what he invented?
The mustache ride.
Free mustache rides. He invented that T-shirt.
Yeah, out of the back of his Conestoga wagon, it said, the bitch fell off.
Yep, and free mustache rides. So
I propose the ability to ride my mustache to any lady within the city limits. Anytime, day or night, contact me and I will allow.
WMMR.
All right, with that little pesky Super Bowl thing under our wing now, we can focus on another event that's coming up. Obviously, we're waiting to find out about a parade, but how about you come to another parade of sorts, the Preston and Steve Cardboard Classic?
Yes.
We haven't been able to bang this as hard as we have wanted to because we've been waiting to see what happens with the Eagles.
Well, we had to wait because the NFL asked us to wait because they want to be part of the Cardboard Classic.
Now it's out. But listen, the event is coming up Friday, February 28th. It's going to be here before you know it. And I wonder now how many, as Casey was saying off air, I wonder how many Lombardi Trophy sleds we might see or Eagle-themed sleds. One thing you may want to consider is creating one that has to do with Tito's Handmade Vodka because they are offering up $1,000 for the best Tito's Handmade Vodka sled. So keep that in mind. You can go to WMMR.com/Cardboard Classic for the sled registration. Tickets, photos from last year, all that stuff. Get ready to head to Montage Mountain, our new home for Cardboard Classic now the past couple of years, and we're going to do it again.
Yeah, we had some of our legendary participants from years past. Apparently, we're on a conference call with revisions and things. We always look to improve the product, and we're very excited for this year.
Yep, absolutely. All right, let's get to the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll just get right into it. This story is out of Columbia, Missouri. 2 men were arrested, actually in Osage Beach, Missouri, last week. I know that area well, by the way, for drug possession after they stopped their vehicle and asked law enforcement officers with a drug-sniffing canine for directions. So Aaron Reagan...
They got drugs.
Aaron Reagan was charged with drug possession. Alan M. Richards also charged with drug possession. The drug task force were preparing to start canine training when a vehicle driven by Reagan pulled up.
I'm thinking of Cheech and Chong's. Yeah, the canine dog.
The men in the vehicle asked for directions on how to get to Osage Beach. Officers said, "You're already in Osage Beach." And they noticed the men appeared to be impaired. And another officer brought out their canine partner to sniff around the vehicle. And they found 2 grams of methamphetamine in a jar in the vehicle.
The dog did the saber dance. That's how they knew there were a lot of drugs in the vehicle.
A Montessori school in Cyprus is under scrutiny after a racial slur was included in a newsletter sent to over 150 families. And I'll read what it says. The school leader has issued an apology, but some parents feel that more needs to be done to address this issue. The newsletter from Lycée Montessori School initially appeared normal when it was delivered to inboxes on Sunday. However, upon reading an apology email from the school, parents took a closer look and discovered the offensive language. So the newsletter began with a Valentine's Day greeting and took a turn on page 3. So this is a long letter.
Yeah, it sounds
it took a turn on page 3 with the inclusion of the slur. And I'll read verbatim and I'll leave the slur out. But it says, "Sometimes just spending that quality academic time with your child one-on-one in the comfort of your home can be equal to, if not greater, than the academic authorization of a real N-word bitch."
What?
What?
Yeah.
Ending with an A or ER?
No, I would imagine an R. Or I mean, yeah.
Wow.
So it's not. It doesn't have it written out here. It's dotted out. So a real N-word bitch.
What the hell?
The director assured that the offensive language is not condoned and expressed uncertainty about.
I can assure you
how it was included in the publication sent to the families. Password security measures have been tightened around the accounts used to create and send the newsletter. I mean, I got to believe somebody hacked in there and did that, because you don't even jokingly write that when you're writing.
We're inclusive to all bitches.
Yeah, so it went out, and they're obviously investigating this.
Yeah.
The school's director mentioned that the newsletter has been distributed monthly for 8 years without any previous issues, and they added that if the person responsible for this incident is identified, they will be immediately terminated. Yeah. A Minnesota man won a free week-long cruise vacation to the Caribbean for him and his girlfriend, only to catch the flu on board. And then he got slapped with an eye-popping $47,000 medical bill.
Oh, 47 grand because he was on board a ship?
Yeah. Mike Cameron and his girlfriend, Tamara Masterman, won a free Norwegian cruise trip from the Grand Casino Hinckley.
Just don't get sick.
Set sail out of Miami. But what started as a dream trip to the tropical destination went awry when Cameron came down with the flu. The yelling passenger sought treatment at the medical center on board and recovered 3 days later. The couple's tour came to an end. Cameron was shocked to learn that he was stuck with nearly a $50,000 medical bill. He said, "I was flabbergasted by the whole thing. I guess I'm just used to the medical system in the United States. I can't believe it happened." The bill came
That's absurd.
As a shock, as crew members assured him not to worry as he received treatment. One lady in the medical ward said that he had the traveler's insurance, and that meant $20,000 worth of coverage. The cruise line maxed out 2 credit cards that Cameron had on file, and he still owes $21,000. The couple had purchased travel insurance from the cruise line that covered an expense up to $20,000 and have health insurance, but Cameron is stuck in a holding pattern with each claiming the other is responsible for the bill.
Oh.
He said the traveler's insurance doesn't want to pay it until we run it by our health insurance, and the health insurance doesn't want to pay it because it's abroad. Cameron is not sure how he is going to afford this bill.
No, there's absolutely no way that treatment for the flu runs up a $47,000 tag.
And when you go on a cruise, like that's the main reason to buy the insurance, is because if you are not in the United States, then you're supposed to use that insurance if something happens.
I wonder if they know that, and that's why they charge such a high price, because they're going to play the system.
The game.
It's outrageous. Outrageous. All right, last story, and then we will wrap it up. Let's end with, oh man, I can't. Hang on a second. Yeah, okay, we'll end with this one. In Virginia, a man was charged with breaking and entering, assault, and public intoxication after mistaking Wednesday night Bible study for a human trafficking operation.
I'm in the wrong room, aren't I?
The man has been identified as 48-year-old David Campbell of Stafford, Virginia. He took it upon himself to forcefully investigate a Wednesday night Bible study.
Yes, I'm looking to move 2 Croatian hookers.
Deputies responded for a disturbance that was quickly escalating. The caller stated that he was upset that his neighbors were double parked. Authorities say the caller confronted his neighbors in their residence and observed multiple people. Campbell just assumed The gathering was a human trafficking operation and wanted deputies to investigate it.
Gosh, you guys are very religious for human traffickers.
While reporting the incident, dispatchers could hear him taunting and cursing at the neighbors.
Son of a bitch.
Deputies arrived at the residence where
Put a sign on the door.
They made contact with him. He was in the middle of the roadway. Campbell complained about the parking situation and demanded deputies to identify everyone within the residence. According to neighbors, Campbell forced his way into the residence to confront them and nearly struck an ordained minister and threatened to punch another man. The incident was captured on surveillance video but has not been released. He is being held in the county jail without bond right now.
What is all this Jesus talk?
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we will take a break. And as we take a break, I want to give away my very last Emerald City Gold Rose from Steven Singer Jewelers. Yes, it's a green rose that we're enjoying on this Super Bowl victory day. So a portion of the proceeds are going to benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. So if you would like to buy one, they have them in stock right now. It'd be great for your Valentine's Day love. Free shipping in time for Valentine's Day. IHateStevenSinger.com. We'll take caller number 20, and we'll give you one for free right now. 215-263-WMMR. Caller number 20, you get it. We'll be back. We have a lesson question, trash music news, and a concert announcement on the way. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
On the Kimbo across my face. Oh, and I'm also a lawyer.
He's also a lawyer, yes. Also, Samuel V. Merrick. Notable industrialist during the early years of the Industrial Revolution. He built Philadelphia's Southwark Foundry, one of the most advanced manufacturing plants of its kind in the U.S., and co-founded the Franklin Institute.
Hey. And I invented the steam-powered Sibian. It was a time of frustrated sexual appetites, and spinsters couldn't get any.
That thing was powered by steam?
Yeah.
That's powerful, man.
Absolutely. We lost many young ladies. Many of them that caught on in Philadelphia ended up in Delaware.
Yes. It shot them across state lines. We're going to try this thing. We try to have toys to play with when we do the Camp Out for Hunger. And Casey found this thing. It's called the Meltdown. All right, so we're looking at a video of this outside right now. If you guys want to go outside and see this in person, you can. If you want to stay in here and watch this on the video, that's fine. I think Steve and I are going to try to head out there.
Yes.
All right, so let me describe this. It's a big ring. It's like a square, actually. It looks like it's about 20 by 20.
It's a square ring.
And in the middle of it, let's say like a boxing ring.
Yeah.
All right, so that's square. All right, anyhow, inside the middle of it is this big apparatus. It's a large arm, and obviously the object is to avoid this arm as it swings around. Now, I was out here playing with this earlier. Yeah. It's got 3 settings on it. All right, it's got slow, medium, and fast. Yeah. Fast is insane.
Is it? Oh,
it is.
Well,
like,
so
no way in hell.
All right,
Steve. When I put my when it was going fast, I was thinking, oh, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to do this, and I put my arm up just to see what it felt like.
Right. And it ripped it off.
It almost ripped my arm straight off my body.
Do you think you could time it? Because that's obviously the key.
I don't know. And I was going to bail on this until Marisa made me feel like a giant puss.
All right, because Marissa's doing it, Casey's doing it, Nick is doing it, and we needed a fourth because the rest of us are going to get killed.
Yeah.
So Kyle is going to Wide-angle Kyle, who went on the road trip with Casey and Jackie Bam Bam.
Yes, wide-angle. You know, me and Camp Out stunts have such a good history.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start these guys off on slow, see how they do. We'll try out medium.
No way.
And by the way, what did you tell me about fast, about recommended?
Not recommended for a very long amount of time.
Yes. All right. Fast is not recommended for a very long amount of time for a reason. So you will either have to jump or duck as this is going around. And all these guys are mic'd, so this should be interesting as far as the sounds that we're going to get from this.
Do you know what makes this wild, Preston, is that what they're really not standing on is very firm. It's very bouncy.
Yeah.
So that can be very confusing.
This is inflatable, and it is squishy. So, all right, your name again?
Jacob.
All right, Jacob is going to be he's going to be our inquisitor here. All right, Jacob, you ready? All right, let's begin with give us a little bit of music, Ryan, if you could, back at the studio. All right, here we go. Let's begin on slow and see how we do. do. All right. And
wait, come on!
Casey.
Casey gets immediately.
I thought it was going that way.
Mulligan.
I thought it was going clockwise.
Mulligan.
Oh, it changes directions.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
All
He's
right,
going to go back, isn't he? He's going to go counterclockwise.
Wait, does it? Oh, here we go. All right, Marisa ducks successfully. Nick jumped over. Casey goes under. Kyle goes over the top. Marisa is down.
Yeah!
Oh, my God. Casey successfully ducked. And Kyle, whoa!
He
I'm
made
great
it
at
over.
this.
Way over the top.
I like this game.
Oh, down.
Jesus.
Over.
All right, hold on.
The jumping is useless.
It's on medium now. Hold on. This is. Oh my God! Stop! Hold on. Casey,
I knew this was going to happen.
Casey, are you okay?
What? Yeah,
Casey,
he's okay.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. That looked painful.
All right, I got to ask you something.
That was
In
slow.
what world does a non-Olympic athlete clear that? That was incredibly hard.
Did you see his neck?
Yes.
I would just like you guys to know while you were watching Casey fall, Kyle rode the thing until he knocked me down.
Oh, really?
I knocked you down?
I mean,
And the breathing situation that's taking place right now, while everybody has a minute.
By the way,
What was-
Casey's still down on the ground.
Oh, he's up now.
All right.
I'll tell you this, what was hilarious, Kyle was clearing it pretty well, but at one point it caught him and threw him into Marisa.
Yes. I missed
Kathy,
it.
what's that weekly exercise class you do I need in?
Fortunately, we'll have video of this because I missed that part of it. I was so focused on watching Casey get knocked clear out of the air.
The worst part, so I don't even care about my neck.
So what's...
Were my love handles out?
No.
Okay.
You look stunning.
No, it wasn't embarrassing at all.
No.
Do you guys want to try it on fast?
No.
That was slow. Can we go to medium?
Wait, that was medium.
Okay.
We went from slow to medium.
Can we go to super medium first?
Let's try fast.
Extra medium.
What do you want to do medium and then fast?
I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly,
do that.
put us out of our misery.
All right.
Just kill us.
We're going to do fast, okay? All right, Jacob, on your mark, get set, and go. Here comes fast. All right, Casey down. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's insane. Oh, my God. Dude. No. Casey's hitting it. He's kicking it. He's punching it.
The thing clocked me in the back of the head.
I'm pretending I'm in a box.
Are you concussed?
I got donkey punch.
You know what? Actually, we got paid by that person you were dealing with over at Villanova. Yeah. Clock in the back of the head.
Oh, my goodness.
Are we doing this again?
Yeah, one more time.
So what speed was that, Preston?
That was fast.
What if I just ride it? Can I ride it?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
That worked? All right, let's try it. Have Marisa on medium. Here we go.
I need something to hold. I need something to hold on to.
That last
I
Watch your leg.
2 seconds.
All right.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, you ready? Wait, Nick's in the corner.
I didn't hear no bell.
All right, fast. On your mark, get set, and go. And it's off. Nick's down.
I think you broke it.
Jesus.
Marissa's stuck on the end. She's hanging on.
She was hanging on, got thrown off. Kyle tried to clear the whole thing.
It almost launched Marisa out of the ring.
Yeah, I gotta say, Preston, this device is very strong.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I can say why now you don't wear sneakers in this thing. I think it's just my.
All right, let's try it on slow and see if you guys can actively do it, and then we'll speed it up as we go along.
Great.
All right?
Sure.
Here we go. Final round, most likely. We'll see.
I have to poop.
Jacob, slow. Here we go. And it begins.
Yours.
Okay, come on, Casey.
Get over.
Kyle's over.
Over.
God damn it in my gut.
You got to duck. You got to jump.
Casey, that was coordinated.
I mean, yeah, dump that.
Good.
Dump that.
I think broke. Oh my God. Got me in the pills.
Everyone is on the ground now.
I'm up. That was directly in the balls.
We lost.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, wow.
Casey's fighting it.
It's alive.
Casey's actually fist fighting it.
All right, here we go. It's coming around to Casey.
Is this survival of the fittest?
Oh, my God.
Kyle, be careful. Oh, gosh.
I think it broke.
I think it broke.
It's over, right?
We broke it.
No, Jacob says it ain't broke.
Ah,
man.
Jacob.
Pretty sure it's broken.
I thought you were on our side, Jacob.
Wait, Preston.
Nick's alone.
Casey needs his cut man.
Oh my God, this thing is insane.
It's insane.
And oh my God, we saw your love handles that time, Case.
Casey flew into Marisa. I don't know how
been
you
taken
could
out
do
by
this.
everyone but Nick.
What's that, Steve?
I don't know how you could do that. How you could. Kyle's tall. He can't jump and clear it.
And by the way, this is the small version of this. They have a bigger one for like 8 people.
Can we take a show?
This thing.
Jesus.
All right. I think, have they had enough abuse?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, Marissa's being given the last rites.
Kathy, you sure you don't want to try this?
Come on, Kathy.
I'm pretty sure.
Kathy's back was hurting. This would kill her.
All right.
This will fix it.
So, who do we deem our winner? Do we have a
Marisa.
winner? Is it Marisa?
Yeah. She was the first to raise her arms.
It's great to have our guest back in our studio this morning. He's here to talk about a movie that is going to be in theaters on April 13th. It is a story of a gentleman by the name of Father Stuart Long, and it's called Father Stu. We're happy to have Mark Wahlberg here with us.
How are you guys? I feel like I just broke the fourth wall. I watched her do the traffic. Wow, that was classic. And I knew she was going to mention the Schuylkill. Schuylkill first thing, Schuylkill.
Well, you're an honorary Philadelphian. I mean, let's face it.
Take a lot of pride in that too.
Yes, yeah. I remember when the Eagles were heading to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You came on with us, man, and we never forgot that. And of course, you're Vince Papale, so that's.
I actually, it was the only time I could stomach the Patriots losing.
I know.
It was to my Eagles, yeah.
And we believed you when you said it, so that meant a lot.
No,
so,
it's true.
yeah.
It was true. It was an honor to put that uniform on.
So, Mark, the story of Father Stuart is it's pretty wild, man. It's and I'm curious before we go down. The storyline of people may not be familiar with the life of Father Stu. How did this story get to you?
Oh gosh, it sounds like one of those jokes. I'm an Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills with two priests, and literally on a Saturday afternoon, one of them starts pitching me a movie. And he told me the story once. I wasn't really paying attention. He started telling me again, and then it just dawned on me. Oh my gosh, this is something that I should do. I'm always looking for the next great challenge, and more importantly, this is also an opportunity for me to do something that really kind of represents my faith, and hopefully will help a lot of people. And people are really touched by the film.
There's a lot to be gleaned from this movie, and I'm a sucker for this kind of story. The fact that it's real only makes it that much more impactful. But there's redemption. There's a false start to redemption that is driven home by a cataclysmic event that occurs with Father Stu, but also all the things like I think forgiveness and things that we lose sight of. I was talking to Casey prior to having you on today about we've forgotten how to take people as a whole.
MMR Rocks with Bon Jovi. It's my life. It is 10:27. Monday morning on the Preston and Steve Show. Beautiful day today. We are going to move things around a little bit in this particular segment. I had mentioned a concert announcement with music news, but I ain't doing it.
Doing it.
I'm going to do it now.
All right.
Music news still a couple of moments away, but I'm going to make the concert announcement now. This one I may have to try to get out and see. I don't go to see too many bands these days, but I would really like to check these guys out. The show is going to be on a Wednesday, August 13th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and MMR is happy to announce the Doobie Brothers. The Doobie Brothers are going to be performing their Walk This Road tour, and their special guest will be the Coral Reefer Band. Cool. So that's pretty cool. And the tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And we have details at WMMR.com if you'd like to get those. And part of the reason I wanted to go ahead and make this announcement right now, besides the fact that that'll be a great show, is that it's the Lesson Question Prize. We will give away a pair of tickets to see the Doobie Brothers if you can answer this question correctly. And we're going to go way back to the beginning of the show this morning.
Oh, my God.
So if you've been with us since 6 o'clock hour, and that's got to be pretty tough for people who stayed up last night, we'll see if we get a winner. If not, we'll move on to another question. But what kind of specific dance fans, there you go. What kind of specific dance fans did Pierre hang out with last night on Broad Street?
Oh, yeah.
What type of dancers? 215-263-WMMR. That was at 6:20 this morning that Pierre actually called in while he was returning home
Yes.
From the celebrations on Broad Street last night. We'll get him in here a little bit to recap some of that. But what kind of specific dance fans did Pierre hang out with last night on Broad Street? 215-263-WMMR. Call us if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's find out what we got in the trash. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Britney Spears saying that she and boyfriend Paul Solis are going strong after a brief bumpy patch. Spears says Solis is a combination of the best of her exes with the rugged good looks of Sam Asghari and the incredible intellect of Kevin Federline.
Hey!
Former MTV and now porn star Farrah Abraham calling out singer Gracie Abraham for railing against the adult film industry. Abraham says that were it not for the adult industry, she would never have been able to fit a bowling ball in her butthole.
Wow.
Oh, my God. And finally, plastic surgeon Dr. Christopher Costa saying Bianca Censori, the wife of Kanye West, has the body that most of his patients are setting as a goal. Dr. Costa says that while they want Censori's body, they would prefer to not have to marry a Nazi.
All righty. Let's see if you know the answer to the question. What kind of specific dance fans did Pierre hang out with last night on Broad Street? And our first caller in was Rich, so we'll go to him. Hey, Rich. Good morning, bud.
Good morning. Go Birds.
Go Birds. All right, Rich, what specific kind of dance fans did Pierre hang out with last night on Broad Street?
That would be ballet.
Ballet. You got it, Rich. Hang on. We are going to give you tickets to go and see the concert we just announced, the Doobie Brothers and the Coral Reefer Band on August 13th at Freedom Works Pavilion. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I just have two things from music news to share with you. We'll begin with the fact that Primus has found a new drummer. About 4 months after the abrupt departure of longtime percussionist Tim Herb Alexander, or Herb, I think is what it is, the veteran band revealed that their new timekeeper was following. They were looking for global open auditions for him. Les Claypool wrote on Instagram on Friday, Hoffington. And he wrote, welcome aboard, John Hoffman drums. Primus singer and bassist Les Claypool, like I said, posted that alongside a photo featuring Claypool with new drummer Hoffman and guitarist Larry Lalonde. Following Alexander's departure, Primus had announced that they would be holding auditions for a new drummer, taking submissions from all points in the universe for the position of Primus drummer percussionist. They wrote, flashy chops are wonderful, but groove, pocket, the ability to listen, react, and contribute to the musical conversation is a must. Hoffman, a drummer from Shreveport, Louisiana, documented his preparation for the audition on YouTube. And he said, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. He wrote that on Instagram in January. And he said, I came and I did my thing the way I do it. It went as well as I could have hoped. Maynard James Keenan was sitting directly in front of me and watched my entire audition.
That had to be a little nerve-wracking.
He said he gave me this towel.
Here!
It's been one of the most incredible days of my life. I love you all. We did this. So now he is the new drummer.
Pretty amazing.
For Primus. Thought that was pretty cool. And then one last thing, the big musical anniversaries keep rolling in, and Oasis is celebrating the 25th anniversary of their fourth studio album, Standing on the Shoulders of Giants, with a special reissue. It was originally released in 2000. The album marked a change in the band's sound, featuring tracks like Go Let It Out and Sunday Morning Call. The anniversary edition includes remastered tracks, B-sides, and rare demos, and is available in various formats, including vinyl and digital. And short music news, that's all.
That's all we need. You know why? We won the Super Bowl.
That's right. Yeah. That's all we needed. All right, we will break, come back in a second, wrap up the show. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, of which I will tell you about when we return. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
And most importantly, seeing the good in people.
Seeing the good in people.
Yeah,
and that point is driven home in the movie, is that we're all imperfections. We're all, and that part of it, but retain the ability to say, this may not be something I'm thrilled about this person, but they did this. There's something in there. And that point's driven home as well. There's something in Father Stu that makes him able to slalom into the right people's spheres who help him along.
Yeah, and he's then in turn touched so many people in such a short amount of time during the priesthood. But it's remarkable. I just went to Helena, Montana. We had the premiere there, and to see all the people, to show the film to his family, his friends, parishioners, but also see how many people he touched.
Right.
It's remarkable. I mean, you really feel his presence there, and now we're getting to share that with the whole world.
For those who don't know his story, and I don't want to give away too much of maybe what you want to keep for the people who view the film, what is his story for those who may not know?
Well, he was a boxer. You know, his parents, he lost a younger brother really early on, and his parents didn't really have the coping skills to deal with that. He was left to his own devices. He became a fighter. He was angry at the world. He then tried to go to Hollywood to become an actor, fell in love with a girl, would do anything to be with her, and of course she lured him into church. She couldn't be with him if he wasn't baptized and wasn't Catholic. He was like, dump the water on me, I'm in.
Yeah.
And then he had this terrible accident, had a visit from Mother Mary, and then he went to the fullest extreme and said, not only am I going to become a Catholic, I'm going to become a priest. And everybody in his life just thought he was absolutely crazy. He challenged everything about the priesthood in the seminary, got diagnosed with a rare disease, incurable disease, and then as his physicality deteriorated, his spirituality soared, and they still campaigned to have him ordained as a priest, and he touched a lot of people.
He seemed to be like leap of faith was his thing because
he'd try anything.
in the beginning, he moves to Los Angeles with nothing, no one that checks into a hotel. I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
Well, he found out otherwise. And but and yet this other thing happens in his life, and yet he takes another leap, and he seems to be one of these that just trusted his instincts 100% all the way.
Yeah, it was all about intuition for him. And, it's remarkable because the things that he did in a short amount of time, really, I talked to the Archbishop who had ordained him, and he was like, I couldn't believe it, but he had so much real-life experience, and all the things that people were going through and struggling with, he had already experienced. So he knew how to kind of help them cope with that, and to see with all the adversity that he faced, he handled it with such grace and dignity. Yeah. And if we're lucky enough to get old, we're all going to face it.
Yes.
But, it's one of those things where how do you cope with that? After just losing my mom. I lost my mom during the movie.
Yeah.
And so it's remarkable. It gives me a lot of comfort. I'm getting old, losing a lot of people.
There's a very powerful scene. I won't go into it, but it apparently happened right after your mom had passed, and it seemed as if, in a way, you were channeling that emotion in this scene. It's particularly it's in the church, and you're why I'm doing all these things that you want of me, speaking to God. And how am I here? Yeah. And it seemed like, we've always, complimented you're a great actor, and in that moment, though, so visceral, and everyone's tearing up at that, because you do have those moments like, wait a second, I thought I was doing everything right, but that's not what it's about.
Yeah, no. When everything's going good, life throws you a curveball, and God is definitely at work here. It's amazing to see how people are being touched by this movie. It's coming out now at Easter during the pandemic, where everybody's been struggling.
Right.
So people from all walks of life really feel like they identify and relate to Stu in their own personal way.
Yeah, and I can as well. And so. My father was a deacon. My father passed away 8 years ago, and and he wasn't born Catholic, and he didn't convert until he met my mother, and all that stuff. And so you talk about finding the grace of God through pain and suffering, and so they had lost their first born child, and you figure something like that could. And I talked to my dad about it. They could have been like peace out, thank you, but every single time I see you, I'm reminded of our son, but it actually it drew them closer to God, which is this crazy thing that happens, and it happened to fathers too. And so you're in Philadelphia, and you're doing a press tour in Philadelphia, and I wasn't sure if you were aware of Father Bill Atkinson. So his story is very, very reminiscent of what happened with Father Stu. So Father Atkinson wrote this book called Green Bananas, and Father Atkinson was a teacher at Monsignor Bonner High School, and he was a paraplegic. He was in a terrible sledding accident, and so he writes this book called Green Bananas, and essentially it's don't buy green bananas because you're not promised tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. So you may not even be here to enjoy that yellow banana. And so this guy, I'm sure as you go through the city today, I'm sure maybe this will come up more than one time. Yeah.
There's something, and to that point, so there are two uncles in my life. My wife's uncles were both priests. 50 years plus. They've since passed away to Father Jim and Father Charlie, and Father Stu reminded me there's a similar sort of thing. There's an I don't know what it is, and maybe it's if grace is brought into your life, and you're there's a way they carry themselves, and you say, oh, these they don't know what they're talking. It's easy a lot of times to dismiss. You can't possibly connect to my situation. But I remember years ago sitting down with both of them at various points. I'm like, man, they got it. They got it. And they were able to speak comfort to me at a time when I really needed it. And you project, there's a couple of scenes in the movie like, where you're dispensing the solace to people in trouble, and they look at you and you're in this vegetative state, Father Stu, I should say. And you always get that, well, if he can, then maybe I can. And if this helped him, maybe it can help me. It's such a powerful message.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's important. I mean, people are really struggling right now. But having that real life experience is invaluable. When you were talking about that particular scene, I've never studied acting, but I have a lot of real life experience, the good, the bad, and I kind of utilize all of that in portraying these characters that I play and try to do it in the most authentic way. And so going through that particular moment at that particular time, but still, Stu and the way he handled it helped me, and it will continue to help me. And I just am much more optimistic about the future and accepting things that you can't change. And
learning that is a big lesson.
Yeah.
Who did you meet from the real story? I know Father Stu has passed, but anybody from his family?
Oh yeah, his dad, his siblings, his family, his best friends from the seminary, his childhood friends. He's he's a colorful guy. Lots of really interesting friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I knew you were coming in, so when watching the film, I kind of wanted to look at the practical parts of movie making as well as taking the story in. And one of the things that I love, Mark, is, and I'm curious about you as an actor, when you're on the set and you're giving your lines and so on, it's not the same as what we see once it's edited and put together. The music in this film, the way they really added a body to it, I thought.
Yeah.
And when you watch a completed film, does that start to impact you more with those added pieces of the puzzle? You know what I mean? Than when you were there delivering those lines.
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, I'll give you a great example. I was making a movie called The Fighter, and I wanted to watch every great boxing movie ever made leading up until the start of the film. I happened to be on a plane flying to Boston. I had Rocky on.
Yeah.
Watching Rocky, all of a sudden, every time I watch Rocky, you know what it does to you. All of a sudden, I turned off the volume, and because I was on a call, and I'm still watching, and the movie just completely didn't work.
Yeah.
Without the sound and all of the music and in the score. And so, yeah, of course. And Rosie had done a great job. I mean, I knew when I was reading the script, because all this, the scenes described the music that would be playing and the artist that she wanted to use. I was like, oh, this is going to be really expensive.
This is Rosalind Ross,
yeah.
First-time director.
First-time writer.
Wrote the script, and you took a chance.
Yeah.
But I think you had a good, I was reading an interview with you, and you said, she wrote the words. She knew what she was seeing. What better person to translate that?
Yeah, I've definitely felt like that, because we were trying to make this movie for a while. David O. Russell and I were trying to get somebody to write the script, and I couldn't crack it, And then when she came and said she wanted to try it, I said, go ahead. And I kind of told her the story, connected her to the people. And then all of a sudden, she comes back to me with a movie that I wanted to make. So I said, if she could put it on the page, she could put it on the screen.
That's wild.
Had you worked with Jackie Weaver before?
No, I hadn't. No,
she plays the mom in Silver Linings Playbook, which is obviously set here in Philly as well. And I love her. She's so compelling, and there's something about her eyes whenever you watch. Like, she just emotes so well.
She's fantastic. And I lost my mom during the making of the movie, and to kind of rely on her, she was definitely there for me in lots of ways. And if I ever needed to get emotional or anything like that, like there's a scene where I'm coming into the church and I realized that they're actually going to ordain me, and I just looked to her, and then of course I just got super emotional,
So your father in this film is Mel Gibson, and so I noticed that your relationship with him in this movie is very, very similar to Daddy's Home 2, where he plays your father in that movie as well.
Oh my God! Yeah, he was going to play my brother, but Mel obviously was Bill Long, Stu's dad, his first choice, second choice, and third choice. I've made a lot of movies about real people and especially sensitive subjects, and I've never had somebody deal with it in such a nonchalant way, the way that Bill has. I mean, he really gets a kick out of it. He doesn't really. He knows that I'm playing Stu, but he's able to kind of detach himself from that. And so, like, when he sees Mel, he just starts giggling all the time.
Well, he made The Passion of the Christ and directed, and I assume you were able to pull on his
We got you, Hooters, 93.3 WMMR, everything that rocks. Hooters, part of our pep rally concert series, singing the Eagles' fight song to get us fired up last week. And here we are, champions today.
It all worked.
All came together wonderfully. I would like to quickly thank a couple of people who joined us on the program this morning. Out of nowhere, our good friend Frank Caliendo. That's great. Called in. He was singing about us last night and today on the heels of the victory. And he checked in and he did all these great voices, of course, because he's wonderful. And he's not coming to town or anything. He's coming like in the summer, or late May, I think he's going to be in. But nonetheless, he just wanted to pop in and say hello. And then we checked in with Marisa, live from New Orleans, and she was on Bourbon Street walking around. She's flying back later this afternoon, so she was giving the rundown of what things were like, not in the stadium, but in and around New Orleans for Eagles fans, and it was great to hear her perspective as well. But we started the day off with our sports commentator, and he's calling back in again. He was on his way home at 6:15 this morning, and he let us know what was going on after the celebrations in the street last night. Ladies and gentlemen, Pierre Robert is back on again. Hey, Pierre.
Hello, good day.
Hey.
I'm on the injured reserve.
That's what I hear. You're catching a little bit of traffic on the way into work, I understand?
Every mother effing road is closed that I've been trying to take, which is a personal plot against me, I know.
Well, let me ask you, more importantly, we talked to you for a good bit of time this morning at 6:15. You were just going through your front door. How much sleep did you get?
2 hours is all you need.
That's all you need.
I dreamed that Marisa was the homecoming Super Bowl prom queen being carried on a sedan chair down Broad Street by well-oiled and muscled eagles. It was quite something.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Maybe that'll come to pass. Yeah. We still have until maybe Friday to find out if that'll happen or not.
I think it will, but more on that another time.
All right.
Meanwhile, we have had a victory, and glorious things are
afoot.
Etc.
Glorious things are etc.
Yes.
So you were there on Broad Street as people spilled out into en masse to celebrate the win last night. Anything you want to share from that? I know we already talked about it earlier this morning, but we're probably chatting with a few different people that weren't awake then.
Right. Well, I was in a tavern a block away, and just made my way down. I was at Locust and 13th. I made my way down to Broad, and it just was like every single human funnel was funneling people into Broad Street. When you see those overhead shots, I guess drone shots or whatever they might be, it gives you a perspective. I couldn't tell you a number, but more importantly, I can tell you the energy. It was just so, just joyous. I remember when, we broadcast from the parade last time, and I couldn't get a parking spot anywhere in town. We were up at the Art Museum. I had to park down by Rittenhouse Square and walk up through the city to get to the condo where you guys were broadcasting.
Wow.
And I suspect it will be somewhat similar this time. But there was a vibe in the air that I have never felt in the time I had been in this city on that day. And there was close to that vibe, it was a quieter vibe, oddly enough, walking up to join where you guys were broadcasting. And everywhere I looked, there was quiet joy, if such a phrase exists, on everyone's face. And similarly, there was loud joy last night, but it was just joyous. It was just like, it was emotional, actually, really. I mean, you're talking about people, being, I don't know much about sports, but obviously all the prognosticators said that, the other fellas had the odds in their favor. And and I think being the scrappy underdogs, our lads just picked it up and showed that you don't have to accept any negative perspective about yourself or your abilities when you can harness your inner abilities and really do something amazing. And I think that's what happened last night, and the crowd got it. and the crowd was just, as I told you earlier this morning, I talked to a guy playing a frying pan. And, I mean, it was just like, sir, are you playing that frying pan? Of course I'm playing a frying pan. Okay, do you know Hello Dolly? And he didn't, but it was just not a problem.
And the ballet dancers. Oh my God!
Oh my God! The ballet dancers when we passed the Academy of Music, doing that Eagles pirouette and the double salchow was just
there were ice skaters there.
It's
too.
unbelievable. Yes.
Wow.
And then of course the ski jump.
Yes, all of those things were there. And it was phenomenal. I mean, thousands of people, and everywhere there, the police did incredible job, first of all, and secondly of all, while the time I was there, which was almost 2 hours, I was out in the center of Broad Street. I saw no problems. I guess a few kicked up at the end,
just a little bit, but nothing. Again, what could have been, I think the city and the people participating distinguished themselves nicely.
Yeah, that's so important, for the national and the world media, because it's such a great city. To me, it's a, not to be overly analytical or cosmic, but it's an example of, again, stepping into your potential. And this city has that potential. It's got great arts and culture and music and food and everything you would possibly want in a great city. It's a world-class city. And last night, the team and the audience, the fans, stepped up into that zone. And my wish is that, we could retain that. I don't know if that's possible, but stepping up into that higher functioning level and reflecting the world-class nature of the city was incredible.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, let's carry that on.
Yes, absolutely.
Carry that on.
You'll be recounting some of that, I'm sure, today during your show, correct?
Well, I'm going back to bed now.
All right. Before you head off to Nighty Nightville, let's do the letter of the day.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
I'm sitting in my car outside the station. The letter H, as in Houdini.
All right. H is in Houdini. We have $500 from Captain America to give away. Don't miss Marvel Studios' Captain America, Brave New World, starring Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford, in theaters everywhere. This Friday, you can get tickets now. Besides recapping last night, anything else you want to hit that you got on the program today, Pierre?
I have no idea.
No idea. All right, come upstairs. We'll see you in a minute, all right?
Coming up, Godspeed to us all. God bless us, everyone.
All right, we'll see you in a minute, Pierre.
Tiny Tim.
I'm going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods. Local flavors tomorrow on the program, a Tuesday. So we'll give away some tattoos, floating world tattoo and piercing. And we'll see what other trouble we can get into. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. Go Birds. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba
Mm-hmm.